Welcome to the calmest corner of the internet. Find a comfortable spot, maybe a cozy chair or a soft bed. Let your body relax, your mind unwind. This isn't a race. We're here to learn, but also to breathe. Turn off the lights if you like. Let the gentle rhythm of this tutorial start to wash over you. Pay attention to the words, but also to the silence between them. If you're feeling sleepy, that's okay. This is meant to be a soothing experience. When you're ready, let's begin. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more relaxing coding tutorials. Stay comfortable, stay calm, and let the code flow. Hypertext markup language is the foundational language of the internet. It serves as the structural framework for creating web pages, allowing developers to define elements such as headings, paragraphs, and links through a system of tags. These tags are not just simple markers, but instructions that tell browsers how to display content. HTML works in conjunction with other technologies like CSS for styling and JavaScript for dynamic interactions, making it an essential component of modern web development. Without HTML, the web as we know it would not exist, as it provides the basic structure upon which all other web technologies are built. The primary purpose of HTML is to organize and present content on the web. It allows developers to structure text, images, and videos into a coherent layout that users can navigate. This structure acts as a blueprint for web pages, ensuring consistency and clarity. Hyperlinks, a core feature of HTML, enable seamless navigation between pages, connecting the vast network of information online. By using HTML, developers can create websites that are not only visually appealing, but also functional and accessible, adapting to different devices and user needs. This adaptability is crucial for building responsive designs that work across various platforms. Every HTML document follows a specific structure that begins with the DOCTYP HTML declaration. This line informs the browser about the version of HTML being used, ensuring proper rendering. The HTML tag acts as the root container for all content, while the head section holds metadata such as the page title, character encoding, and links to external resources like style sheets. The body tag is where the visible content of the web page resides, including text, images, and interactive elements. Understanding this structure is the first step in creating well-organized and maintainable web pages. HTML provides a wide range of elements to structure content effectively. Headings from H1 to H6 help establish a hierarchy, with H1 being the most prominent. Paragraphs defined by P tags allow for the presentation of blocks of text. Hyperlinks created with the A tag connect pages or resources, while the IMG tag embeds images into the page. Lists, whether unordered all or ordered all, help organize information into clear, digestible formats. These elements work together to create a structured and navigable web experience. HTML syntax relies on tags enclosed in angle brackets, such as tag content /tag. Some tags, like br/, are self-closing and do not require a separate end tag. Attributes within tags, such as href for links or src for images, provide additional details about the element's behavior or content. While HTML is case-insensitive, adhering to lowercase tags ensures consistency and avoids potential errors. Mastering this syntax is critical for writing clean, functional code that works across different browsers and devices. HTML was first introduced by Tim Berners-Lee in 1991 as a way to share information across the internet. Over the years, it has evolved through multiple versions, each adding new features and capabilities. HTML5, introduced in 2014, marked a significant milestone by introducing elements like video and canvas, which eliminated the need for third-party plugins. This continuous evolution reflects the web's need to adapt to new technologies and user expectations, ensuring HTML remains a versatile and powerful tool for developers. HTML is the cornerstone of web development, providing the structure that all other technologies build upon. It ensures that web pages are displayed consistently across different browsers and devices, reducing compatibility issues. Semantic elements like header, article, and footer enhance accessibility by making content more understandable to both users and assistive technologies. Additionally, well-structured HTML improves search engine optimization, helping websites rank higher in search results and reach a broader audience. Developing HTML requires a set of tools that streamline the process. Text editors like VS Code and Sublime Text offer features such as syntax highlighting and code completion, making writing HTML more efficient. Browsers like Chrome and Firefox allow developers to test their code in real time, ensuring it works as intended. Validation tools like the W3C validator check for errors in code, promoting best practices. Version control systems like Git help manage changes, enabling collaboration and tracking of project development over time. In conclusion, HTML is the essential language for building web pages, forming the backbone of the internet. Understanding its structure, tags, and syntax is the first step in becoming a proficient web developer. Practicing with simple examples helps reinforce these concepts and build confidence. As we move forward, the next session will delve into HTML5 features and advanced elements, expanding on the foundation we have established. With dedication and practice, you will gain the skills needed to create dynamic and interactive web experiences. HTML documents follow a specific structure to define content and layout. This structure acts as the foundation for web pages, ensuring that browsers can interpret and display the information correctly. The key components include the doctyp HTML declaration, which tells the browser that the document is written in HTML5. This is followed by the HTML tag, which serves as the root element of the document. Inside the HTML tag, there are two main sections, the head and the body. The head contains metadata, titles, and links to external resources, while the body holds the visible content that users see when they visit the page. Proper nesting of tags is essential because browsers rely on the hierarchy to render elements accurately. For example, if a tag is not properly closed or placed outside its parent element, the browser may not display the content as intended. Understanding this structure is the first step in creating well-organized and functional web pages. Creating a basic HTML file starts with opening a text editor such as Notepad, VS Code, or Sublime Text. These tools allow you to write and edit code without any formatting that could interfere with the HTML structure. The first line of your document should be the doctyp HTML declaration, which is crucial for ensuring the browser uses the correct HTML version. Next, you need to add the HTML tags, which wrap the entire content of the page. Inside these tags, you will later add the head and body sections. It is important to remember that HTML is case insensitive, so you can write tags in uppercase, lowercase, or a mix. But consistency is recommended for readability. By following these steps, you establish the basic framework for your web page, which can then be expanded with additional elements and content. The head section of an HTML document contains metadata, titles, and links to external resources. Metadata provides information about the document that is not visible to users, but is essential for browsers and search engines. For example, the title tag defines the title of the web page, which appears in the browser tab and is used by search engines to understand the page's content. Another critical element in the head is the meta tag, which can specify character encoding, such as charset equals UTF-8, ensuring that the browser correctly interprets the text. Additional meta tags might include descriptions for search engine optimization or viewport settings for responsive design. The head section is also where you can link to external style sheets or scripts, allowing you to separate your HTML structure from your styling and functionality. This section is vital for optimizing the performance and accessibility of your website. The body section is where the visible content of the web page is placed. This includes text, images, links, and interactive elements that users interact with directly. For instance, headings defined by H1 to H6 tags help organize content hierarchically, with H1 being the most important and H6 the least. Paragraphs are created using the P tag, which groups blocks of text for better readability. Hyperlinks, marked by the A tag with the href attribute, allow users to navigate between pages or resources. Images are embedded using the img tag, which requires the src attribute to specify the image file's location. The body section is the heart of the web page, and its structure should be designed with clarity and user experience in mind. Proper use of these elements ensures that your content is both accessible and engaging for visitors. Saving and viewing your HTML file is a straightforward process, but it requires attention to detail. After writing your code, you must save the file with a HTML extension, such as index HTML, to ensure the browser recognizes it as an HTML document. Avoid using spaces or special characters in the file name, as this can cause errors when the file is accessed. Once saved, open the file in a web browser by double-clicking it or dragging it into the browser window. This action allows you to see how your code renders in a real-world environment. Testing your work in different browsers is also advisable, as they may interpret code slightly differently. By mastering this step, you can quickly see the results of your coding efforts and make adjustments as needed. Common HTML tags are the building blocks of web content, and understanding them is essential for creating functional pages. The P tag is used to define paragraphs of text, making it easier to structure written content. Headings, ranging from H1 to H6, help organize information by importance, with H1 typically used for the main title of a page. Hyperlinks, created with the ahref equals URL tag, allow users to navigate to other pages or resources, with the href attribute specifying the destination. Images are added using the img src equals image JPG tag, which requires the src attribute to point to the image file's location. These tags form the basis of most web pages, and learning to use them effectively is a key step in mastering HTML. As you become more familiar with these elements, you can combine them to create complex and interactive websites. Tips for beginners can significantly improve the efficiency and clarity of your HTML coding. Indentation is a simple but powerful technique that makes your code easier to read and maintain. By aligning nested elements, you can quickly identify the structure of your document. Properly closing tags is equally important, as missing or mismatched tags can cause unexpected behavior in browsers. For example, forgetting to close a P tag might lead to all subsequent text being formatted as a paragraph. Testing your code in multiple browsers helps ensure consistency, as different browsers may render elements slightly differently. Additionally, using comments within your code to explain sections or note changes can be helpful, especially when collaborating with others or revisiting your work later. These practices, though small, contribute to writing cleaner and more reliable code. You now know how to create and structure a basic HTML document, from the initial declaration to the visible content in the body section. Practicing with tags and experimenting with different elements will deepen your understanding and improve your skills. As you build more complex pages, you will find that the foundational knowledge from this course is invaluable. The next session will cover styling with CSS, which will allow you to enhance the appearance of your web pages. By combining HTML with CSS, you can create visually appealing and user-friendly websites. Keep exploring, stay curious, and continue refining your techniques. With consistent practice, you will gain confidence in your ability to build and design web content effectively. HTML structure is the foundation that organizes the elements of a web page. Think of it as the skeleton of a website, providing a framework for how content is arranged and displayed. The basic structure includes 3 essential tags: the HTML tag, which acts as the root container for the entire document, the head tag that holds metadata and settings, and the body tag that contains the visible content. A well-defined structure ensures that browsers can interpret and render the page correctly, while also making the content more accessible to users with disabilities and easier to navigate for search engines. Without proper structure, a web page may appear disorganized or fail to function as intended. The HTML tag is the starting point of any HTML document. It serves as the container for all other elements, like a parent node that holds the entire web page. Every HTML document must begin with this tag and end with a closing HTML tag. This tag is crucial because it tells the browser that the document is an HTML file and helps establish the context for all other elements. For example, the content inside the HTML tag includes the head and body sections, which we will explore next. Without the HTML tag, the document would not be recognized as a valid HTML file. The head and body tags play distinct roles in structuring a web page. The head tag contains information that is not directly visible to users, but is essential for the page's functionality. This includes the title of the page, which appears in the Browser tab, meta tags for character sets or viewport settings, and links to external resources like style sheets or scripts. The body tag, on the other hand, is where the actual content lives, such as text, images, and interactive elements. For instance, the title tag inside the head section defines the page's name, while the body contains headings, paragraphs, and other visible components. Together, these tags create a balanced structure that supports both user experience and technical requirements. Common HTML tags are the building blocks of web content. Headings from H1 to H6 help organize content hierarchically, with H1 being the most important and H6 the least. Paragraphs marked by the P tag group blocks of text for readability. The div tag is a versatile container used to group elements for styling or layout purposes, while the span tag is used for inline elements, such as highlighting specific words within a paragraph. These tags allow developers to structure content logically and apply styles or scripts effectively. Understanding when to use each tag ensures that the web page is both semantically correct and visually appealing. Attributes in HTML provide additional details about elements, enhancing their functionality. For example, the class attribute assigns a name to an element for styling with CSS, while the id attribute gives it a unique identifier. The src attribute specifies the source of an image or script, and the href attribute defines the destination of a hyperlink. These attributes are always placed within the opening tag of an element and follow a key value pair format, such as attribute equals value. By using attributes, developers can control how elements behave and appear, making HTML more dynamic and interactive. Let me walk through an example of a simple HTML document. The first line, doctyp HTML, declares the document type and version of HTML being used. The HTML tag wraps the entire content, with the head section containing the title of the page. Inside the body, we have an H1 heading that welcomes users and a P tag for a paragraph of text. This structure demonstrates how HTML elements are nested and organized to create a functional web page. By following this format, developers can ensure consistency and clarity in their code, making it easier to maintain and update over time. In conclusion, mastering HTML structure is fundamental to creating effective web pages. Understanding the roles of tags like HTML, head, and body, along with common elements and attributes, allows developers to build organized and accessible content. Practice is key to becoming proficient, so experimenting with different tags and attributes will help solidify these concepts. As you continue learning, remember that a strong foundation in HTML structure will enable you to tackle more complex projects with confidence and creativity. Text formatting in HTML refers to the methods used to style and structure text on a web page. Its primary purpose is to enhance readability, highlight important information and create a visual hierarchy that guides users through content. Semantic elements, on the other hand, are HTML tags that convey meaning about the content they enclose. For example, using a header tag signals to browsers and assistive technologies that this section contains introductory or navigational content. Accessibility and readability are critical because they ensure that all users, including those relying on screen readers or other tools, can navigate and understand the content effectively. By combining proper formatting with semantic structure, we create websites that are not only visually appealing, but also inclusive and easier to maintain. Let's explore some of the most common text formatting elements in HTML. The B tag is used to make text bold, but it's important to note that this is a presentational tag and does not convey any semantic meaning. Similarly, the I tag italicizes text, often used for terms like technical jargon or foreign words. The U tag underlines text, though it's rarely used for emphasis today due to its association with hyperlinks. For semantic emphasis, the strong tag indicates strong importance, which is useful for accessibility and SEO. The M tag emphasizes text, adding a layer of meaning that screen readers can interpret. While B and I are still used for stylistic reasons, strong and M are preferred when the emphasis carries significant meaning. Beyond basic formatting, HTML provides elements for more specialized text styling. The mark tag highlights text, such as search results or key points, making it stand out visually. The del tag is used to strike through text that has been deleted, while the ins tag underlines text that has been inserted or added. These tags are particularly useful in collaborative environments or when tracking changes. For mathematical or scientific notation, the subtag creates superscript text, often seen in exponents like x squared, and the subtag generates subscript text, such as in chemical formulas like H2O. These elements ensure that complex content is both visually clear and semantically accurate. Semantic HTML is a cornerstone of modern web development. Unlike generic tags like div or span, which offer no context, semantic elements provide meaningful structure to a web page. For instance, the header tag defines a section containing introductory content or navigation, while nav explicitly marks a section of navigation links. The main tag identifies the primary content area, and section groups related content, such as chapters in an article. Using these elements improves code readability for developers and enhances accessibility for users, as screen readers can navigate the page more efficiently. By prioritizing semantic tags, we create websites that are both functional and future-proof. Let's delve deeper into some of the most essential semantic elements. The header tag is typically used at the beginning of a page or section to hold headings, logos, or navigation menus. The nav tag is reserved for navigation links, making it easier for users to move between sections. The main tag encapsulates the primary content of the page, ensuring it is prioritized by assistive technologies. The section tag organizes content into thematic groups, such as different parts of an article or a product catalog. Finally, the article tag is ideal for self-contained content like blog posts or news articles, which can stand alone and be syndicated elsewhere. These elements work together to create a clear and logical structure. When working with text and semantic elements, following best practices ensures cleaner and more effective code. Always prefer semantic elements over presentational tags like B or I, unless the styling is purely decorative. The strong and M tags are not just about visual emphasis. They add semantic value, improving accessibility and SEO. Avoid overusing B and I for styling, as this can confuse screen readers and reduce the clarity of your content. Additionally, ensure that semantic structures are properly nested and hierarchical. For example, a nav element should be placed within a header if it's part of the site's navigation menu. These practices lead to more maintainable, inclusive, and user-friendly websites. In summary, text formatting and semantic elements are vital tools for creating effective web content. Text formatting allows us to establish visual hierarchy and emphasize key information, while semantic elements ensure that our code is meaningful, accessible, and easy to maintain. By combining these approaches, we build websites that are not only visually appealing, but also functional and inclusive for all users. As you continue your HTML journey, remember that thoughtful use of both formatting and semantics can greatly enhance the user experience and the overall quality of your web projects. Lists are a fundamental way to organize content on a web page. They allow you to present information in a structured and logical manner, making it easier for users to understand and navigate. HTML offers 3 primary list types: unordered lists, ordered lists, and definition lists. Unordered lists use bullet points to group items that don't follow a specific sequence, while ordered lists use numbers or letters to indicate a clear order. Definition lists are used to pair terms with their explanations, often seen in glossaries or dictionaries. By using lists, you can enhance the visual clarity of your web content and make it more user-friendly. Let's explore the 3 types of lists in more detail. Unordered lists, denoted by the old tag, are ideal for items like shopping lists or feature highlights where the order doesn't matter. Each item in an unordered list is wrapped in a line tag, and by default, they appear with bullet points. Ordered lists, marked by the alt tag, are perfect for steps in a process or rankings. They can use numbers, letters, or even Roman numerals, depending on the context. Finally, definition lists, created with the DL tag, consist of terms DT and their corresponding definitions DD. This structure is especially useful for technical documentation or interactive elements like FAQs. Understanding when to use each list type ensures your content is both functional and visually organized. Hyperlinks are essential for connecting web pages and guiding users to additional information. The A tag, short for anchor, is the primary tool for creating links. The href attribute within the A tag specifies the destination URL, which can be a web address, a file path, or even a section within the same page. For example, ahref equals https://example.com. Visit example/a creates a clickable link that directs users to a specific website. Links can also be styled with CSS to match the design of a web page, making them more engaging. Whether linking to external resources or internal sections, hyperlinks are the backbone of the web's interconnected structure. Beyond the basic href attribute, links have other important properties that enhance their functionality. The target attribute determines where the linked document opens. Using blank as its value, for instance, opens the link in a new tab, which can be useful for providing additional resources without leaving the current page. The rel attribute defines the relationship between the current document and the linked resource. Common values include nofollow, which tells search engines not to follow the link, and opener, which improves security when opening links in new tabs. These attributes allow developers to control how links behave, ensuring a better user experience and improved website performance. Images play a crucial role in making web pages visually appealing and engaging. The img tag is used to embed images directly into a web page. The src attribute within this tag specifies the location of the image file, which can be a URL or a local file path. It's important to ensure that the src value is correct, as a broken link can result in a missing image. Additionally, the alt attribute provides alternative text that describes the image, which is vital for accessibility. Screen readers use this text to convey the image's content to users with visual impairments. Proper use of alt text also helps with search engine optimization by describing the image's relevance to the page's content. Always include descriptive and concise alt text to make your website more inclusive and user-friendly. In summary, lists, links, and images are foundational elements in web development. Lists help structure content for better readability. Links enable navigation and connectivity, and images enhance visual appeal. Each of these components relies on specific attributes to function correctly, such as href for links and src for images. By mastering these elements and their attributes, you can create websites that are both functional and accessible. Practice using these tools in your projects to build more engaging and user-friendly web experiences. As you continue learning HTML, remember that attention to detail in your code can significantly impact how users interact with your content. HTML tables are a fundamental tool for organizing data in a structured format. They allow you to present information in rows and columns, making it easier to read and understand. For example, you might use a table to display a schedule of events, a list of products with prices, or any other data that benefits from a grid layout. The table element is the cornerstone of all HTML tables, and it provides a way to group related data together. By using tables, you can enhance the clarity of complex data sets, ensuring that both users and developers can navigate and interpret the information efficiently. To create a basic table, you start with the table element. This element acts as a container for all the table content. Inside the table, you use the table row element to define each row of data. Each row is made up of table data cells, which are created using the TD element. For headers, you can use the TH element, which by default makes the text bold and centers it. This distinction between headers and data cells is important for accessibility and visual clarity. For instance, a simple table might have a header row with column titles, followed by rows of data. The structure of the table is built by nesting these elements correctly. Historically, HTML tables included attributes like border, cell spacing, and cell padding to control their appearance. However, these attributes are now considered deprecated in HTML5. This means they are no longer recommended for use in modern web development. Instead, styling tables should be handled through CSS, which offers greater flexibility and control. For example, you can use CSS to set borders, adjust spacing, and customize colors. By avoiding deprecated attributes, you ensure your tables are more responsive and easier to maintain. This shift also aligns with current best practices for creating clean, efficient code. Adding rows and cells to a table is straightforward. Each new row is created using the TR element, and within each row, you add table data cells with the TD element or table header cells with the TH element. The TH element is particularly useful for headers because it improves accessibility and helps screen readers identify the purpose of each column. For example, if you are creating a table to track monthly sales, the first row might contain headers like month and sales, followed by rows of actual data. This structure ensures that your table is both functional and easy to navigate. When designing tables, it is essential to use the scope attribute with the TH element to define the relationship between headers and data cells. The scope attribute can be set to call for column headers or row for row headers. This helps screen readers and other assistive technologies provide a better experience for users with disabilities. For example, a column header might indicate that the data in its row corresponds to a specific category, while a row header could describe the type of data in each cell. By using scope, you enhance the accessibility and usability of your tables. Styling tables with CSS is the modern approach to achieving visually appealing and responsive designs. Instead of relying on deprecated attributes, you can use CSS to control borders, padding, and other visual properties. For instance, the border collapse property can be used to merge borders between cells, and the padding property can adjust the space inside each cell. By keeping your styling separate from your HTML structure, you make your code more maintainable and scalable. This practice also allows for easier updates and ensures a consistent look across different devices and screen sizes. When working with tables, it is crucial to follow best practices to ensure they are both effective and accessible. First, use tables only for presenting tabular data, not for layout purposes, as this can lead to inflexible designs. Keep your tables simple by avoiding excessive nesting or complex structures that may confuse users. Utilize semantic HTML elements like caption, THED, and T-body to provide additional context and improve accessibility. Finally, test your tables on various devices to ensure they remain readable and functional across different screen sizes. These practices help create tables that are both user-friendly and compliant with modern web standards. In summary, HTML tables are a powerful way to organize and present data in a structured format. By focusing on semantic structure and accessibility, you can create tables that are both functional and easy to use. Modern styling techniques rely on CSS rather than deprecated attributes, allowing for greater flexibility and control. As you continue learning, practice creating tables for real-world scenarios to reinforce your understanding. Remember, the key to effective table design lies in clarity, accessibility, and adherence to best practices. HTML5 revolutionized the way we handle multimedia on the web by introducing native support for audio and video without the need for third-party plugins like Flash. This shift not only simplified the development process, but also improved performance and accessibility. By using the audio and video elements, developers can seamlessly embed media directly into web pages, creating a more integrated and interactive experience for users. These elements allow for a wide range of formats, including MP3, WAV, MP4, and WebM, ensuring compatibility across different browsers and devices. This flexibility enhances user engagement by enabling richer content, such as background music, video tutorials, or interactive media experiences, all without relying on external software. The audio element is a fundamental tool for embedding audio files into web pages. Its basic syntax is straightforward, with the src attribute specifying the file path and the controls attribute adding a default media player. For example, audio src equals audio mp3. Controls/audio creates a playable audio file with play, pause, and volume controls. Beyond the basics, attributes like autoplay allow the audio to start playing automatically, though this often requires the muted attribute to comply with browser policies. The loop attribute enables continuous playback, while the muted attribute starts the audio without sound. To ensure compatibility across browsers, developers can use multiple source tags within the audio element, specifying different formats. For instance, audio controls source src equals song, mp3, type equals audio /mpeg source src equals song, og type equals audio /og/audio ensures that the browser selects the most suitable format. This approach is critical for reaching a broader audience, as different browsers may support different audio codecs. The video element functions similarly to the audio element, but is designed for video content. Its syntax includes the src attribute for the video file path and the controls attribute to display a default player. For example, video src equals video, mp4 controls/video creates a playable video with standard controls. Additional attributes like autoplay, loop, and muted offer further customization, while the poster attribute allows a static image to be displayed before the video starts, enhancing user experience. The video element also supports responsive design through attributes like width and height, enabling developers to adjust video size dynamically. By using source tags, developers can provide multiple video formats, such as MP4 and WebM, ensuring broad compatibility. This flexibility is essential for delivering high-quality video content that works seamlessly across different platforms and devices. Understanding the attributes of the audio and video elements is crucial for effective multimedia implementation. The src attribute defines the file path, which can be a relative or absolute URL. The controls attribute adds a default media player, giving users direct interaction with the content. The autoplay attribute initiates playback automatically, though it is often paired with muted to avoid unexpected sound. The loop attribute repeats the media continuously, useful for background music or looping videos. The poster attribute, specific to video, displays a static image before the video starts, providing visual context and improving user engagement. These attributes collectively allow developers to tailor the multimedia experience to specific needs, balancing functionality with user preferences. Fallback content ensures that users with unsupported browsers or disabled media features still receive a meaningful experience. For example, if a browser does not support the audio element, the text inside the tags, such as "Your browser does not support the audio element," will be displayed. This text should be descriptive and helpful, guiding users on how to access the content. To enhance compatibility, developers can use multiple source tags within the audio or video elements, specifying different formats like MP3 and OGG for audio, or MP4 and WebM for video. This approach ensures that the browser selects the most suitable format, minimizing disruptions. Additionally, providing captions, transcripts, or alternative content for multimedia enhances accessibility, making the web more inclusive for all users. Adhering to best practices for HTML5 multimedia ensures optimal performance and user experience. Using multiple formats, such as MP3 and OGG for audio, or MP4, and WebM for video, guarantees broader compatibility across browsers. Optimizing file sizes through compression and efficient codecs improves loading times, which is critical for maintaining user engagement. Adding captions and transcripts not only supports accessibility, but also benefits users in environments where audio is not feasible. Testing across different browsers and devices helps identify and resolve compatibility issues, ensuring a consistent experience. Styling media elements with CSS allows for a cohesive design, aligning the appearance of audio and video players with the overall website aesthetic. By following these practices, developers can create robust, user-friendly multimedia experiences that meet modern web standards. HTML5 multimedia has transformed the web by providing native, efficient, and accessible ways to embed audio and video. By mastering the audio and video elements, developers can create dynamic, interactive content that enhances user engagement. Prioritizing cross-browser compatibility and accessibility ensures that multimedia works seamlessly for all users, regardless of their devices or preferences, following best practices such as using multiple formats, optimizing files, and testing thoroughly, further elevates the quality of web experiences. As the web continues to evolve, leveraging HTML5's capabilities remains essential for delivering high-performance, inclusive, and visually appealing multimedia content. HTML forms are essential tools that allow users to interact with web pages and provide data. They serve as the bridge between the user and the website, enabling actions like logging in, submitting contact information, or making selections. By incorporating input fields, forms make it possible for users to enter text, choose from options, and send data back to the server. This functionality is crucial for creating dynamic websites where user input drives the experience. Whether it's filling out a registration form, voting in a survey, or searching for content. Without forms, websites would be static and unable to respond to user needs in real time. The structure of an HTML form begins with the form tag, which is the container for all interactive elements. This tag includes two key attributes: action and method. The action attribute specifies the URL where the form data will be sent for processing, such as a server-side script. The method attribute determines how the data is transmitted, either as GET or POST. GET appends data to the URL, making it visible and suitable for non-sensitive information, while POST sends data in the request body, ideal for sensitive or larger data sets. Inside the form, elements like input, text area, and select are used to collect user input, each serving a specific purpose in gathering data. Common input types in HTML forms include text, password, radio, checkbox, and submit. The text input type allows users to enter single-line text, such as a username or email address. The password input type masks the entered text, protecting sensitive information like passwords. Radio buttons enable users to select one option from a set, often used for choices like gender or preferences. Checkboxes allow multiple selections, such as choosing interests or features. The Submit button triggers the form submission, sending the collected data to the server. These input types are fundamental to designing user-friendly interfaces that capture the necessary information efficiently. Beyond basic inputs, Forms include additional elements like textaria, select, option, and button. The textaria element provides a multi-line area for users to enter longer text, such as comments or descriptions. The select element creates a drop-down list, offering a range of options in a compact format. Each option within the select element represents a possible selection, allowing users to pick one item from the list. The button element can be used for various actions, such as submitting the form, resetting it, or triggering custom JavaScript functions. These elements expand the form's capabilities, making it possible to handle more complex data collection scenarios. Form attributes play a critical role in defining how the form operates. The action attribute determines the destination URL for the form data, ensuring it reaches the correct server-side script. The method attribute specifies whether data is sent using GET or POST, influencing security and data size limitations. The name attribute assigns a unique identifier to each input field, allowing the server to recognize and process the data correctly. The placeholder attribute provides a hint to users about what to enter, improving usability by offering guidance without requiring additional text. Together, these attributes ensure forms are functional, secure, and user-friendly. Here is an example of a simple form. The form tag begins with an action attribute pointing to submit and a method of post to securely send data. Inside, a text input field collects a username with a placeholder hint, and a password input field masks the entered text for security. A button with the type Submit allows users to send the form. This structure demonstrates the basic elements of a form, showing how each part works together to gather and transmit user input. By following this template, developers can create functional forms that meet specific user needs while maintaining a clean and organized code structure. When designing forms, following best practices ensures usability and reliability. Using label elements improves accessibility by associating text with input fields, making it easier for screen readers and users to understand. Validation attributes like required or pattern help enforce data correctness, preventing incomplete or invalid submissions. Keeping forms simple and intuitive reduces user frustration, while testing across devices and browsers ensures compatibility and responsiveness. These practices not only enhance the user experience, but also make forms more robust and efficient for both developers and end users. In conclusion, HTML forms are a cornerstone of interactive web development, enabling user input and data collection. Mastering input types and form structure is essential for creating effective and engaging websites. By practicing form creation and validation, developers can refine their skills and deliver better user experiences. Whether building a basic login page or a complex survey, forms are a vital tool in the web developer's toolkit, making it imperative to understand and apply these concepts thoroughly. Welcome to today's session on advanced form elements in HTML. Forms are a cornerstone of web interaction, and while basic inputs like text and checkboxes serve their purpose, there's a whole world of enhanced components that can elevate user experience. We'll explore dynamic and interactive elements that go beyond the ordinary, such as sliders, date pickers, and auto suggestions. These tools not only make forms more engaging, but also streamline the process for users. By the end of this presentation, you'll understand why user-friendly design is critical in ensuring that forms are intuitive, efficient, and accessible. Let's dive into the specifics. Moving on to advanced input types, these elements offer built-in functionality that simplifies data collection. The email type, for instance, ensures that users enter valid email addresses by checking the format automatically. The date and time types provide calendar and clock interfaces, reducing the chance of errors. For numerical inputs, the number type allows you to set minimum and maximum values, as well as step increments, which is perfect for scenarios like quantity selection. Then there's the range type, which turns a simple input into a slider, making it easier for users to select values within a specified range. These types not only improve usability, but also reduce the need for custom JavaScript validation. Now let's discuss the text area and select elements. The text area is ideal for multi-line text input, such as comments or descriptions, allowing users to enter longer content seamlessly. The select element creates drop-down menus, which are essential for presenting a list of options. But what if the options are too many? That's where the opt group tag comes in, grouping related options together for better organization. For example, a country drop-down might have opt groups for continents, making making it easier for users to navigate. These elements, when used effectively, enhance clarity and reduce cognitive load for the user. Next up, the data list and autocomplete features. The data list element provides auto-suggested values as users type, which is useful for fields like search bars or product names. This can significantly speed up data entry. The autocomplete attribute, on the other hand, leverages browser history to suggest previous entries, making it easier for users to complete forms without retyping. Together, these tools create a predictive experience, reducing friction and improving efficiency. Think of it as a smart assistant that helps users fill out forms faster and with fewer mistakes. Form validation is a critical aspect of web development. Client-side validation using HTML attributes ensures that users meet basic requirements before submitting a form, such as filling in required fields. However, this isn't foolproof, which is why server-side validation is essential for security and reliability. Even the most robust client-side checks can be bypassed, so server-side validation acts as a final safeguard. To create a truly robust form, we'll combine HTML5 validation with JavaScript, allowing for dynamic checks and real-time feedback. This hybrid approach ensures data integrity while maintaining a smooth user experience. Let's explore the HTML5 validation attributes in detail. The required attribute enforces that a field must be filled out, preventing incomplete submissions. The pattern attribute allows you to define a regular expression, ensuring that input matches a specific format, like a phone number or zip code. The min, max, and max length attributes set constraints on numerical and textual inputs, respectively. For example, a password field might have a max length of 12 characters. Lastly, the novalidate attribute disables the browser's default validation, which can be useful when custom validation logic is in place. These attributes work together to create a more structured and error-free form experience. Custom validation with JavaScript takes form handling to the next level. By using the onSubmit event, you can trigger validation functions when a user clicks the Submit button. Accessing form elements is straightforward with methods like document forms or query selector, allowing you to retrieve values and check conditions dynamically. Once validation is complete, you can display error messages using DOM manipulation, such as updating a paragraph element or highlighting invalid fields. This level of control enables you to create personalized validation rules, such as checking if a username is already taken or ensuring that 2 password fields match. The possibilities are endless, making JavaScript an indispensable tool for advanced form handling. Best practices for form design are essential for creating user-friendly interfaces. Clear labels and instructions guide users through the form, reducing confusion. ARIA attributes enhance accessibility, ensuring that screen readers can interpret the form correctly for users with disabilities. Real-time validation provides immediate feedback, helping users correct errors as they go, rather than waiting until submission. Finally, mobile-friendly layouts ensure that forms are usable on all devices. Considering touch targets, screen size, and navigation. By adhering to these practices, you create forms that are not only functional, but also inclusive and efficient. To wrap up, advanced form elements are a powerful tool for improving user interaction. They make forms more intuitive, reduce errors, and enhance overall usability. Validation ensures that the data collected is accurate and secure, while combining HTML5 and JavaScript allows for dynamic, responsive forms. Remember, accessibility and usability should always be at the forefront of your design process. By following these principles, you can create forms that are not only functional, but also delightful to use. Thank you for your attention, and I hope this presentation has equipped you with the knowledge to build better forms. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and it plays a crucial role in enhancing the visual presentation of HTML documents. While HTML provides the structure and content of a web page, CSS allows us to add styling such as colors, fonts, layouts, and spacing. This separation of structure and design makes websites more organized and easier to maintain. There are 2 primary methods for integrating CSS into HTML: inline and internal. Inline CSS applies styles directly to individual HTML elements, while internal CSS uses the style tag within the head section of the document. Understanding these methods helps in choosing the right approach for different design scenarios. Inline CSS is a straightforward method where styles are applied directly to specific HTML elements using the style attribute. For example, If you want a paragraph to appear in blue, you can add the style attribute to the paragraph tag with the color property set to blue. This approach is ideal for quick, one-time changes to a single element. However, it has limitations. Since the styles are embedded within the element, they cannot be reused across multiple elements, making it less efficient for larger projects. Additionally, inline styles can be harder to manage if you need to update them later, as you would have to edit each instance individually. Internal CSS, on the other hand, is defined within the head section of an HTML document using the style tag. This method allows you to write CSS rules that apply to multiple elements throughout the page. For instance, you can set the font color for all paragraphs by writing a rule like P color red inside the style tags. This approach is more efficient for maintaining consistent styles across an entire document. By centralizing your styles, you can make global changes with ease, such as updating the font family for all headings. Internal CSS also avoids the clutter of inline styles, making your HTML code cleaner and more readable. When comparing inline and internal CSS, it's important to consider their use cases. Inline CSS is best suited for styling a single element with unique properties, such as highlighting a specific heading. However, it lacks scalability and can lead to repetitive code if used extensively. Internal CSS, in contrast, is designed for broader applications, allowing you to define styles that affect multiple elements at once. This makes it more maintainable and efficient for larger projects. While inline styles can override internal styles due to their higher specificity, internal CSS provides a more organized way to manage styles across an entire page. Choosing the right method depends on the complexity of your design and the need for consistency. To ensure your CSS is effective and manageable, it's essential to follow best practices. One key recommendation is to use internal CSS for styling entire pages, as it promotes consistency and reduces redundancy. Avoid overusing inline styles, as they can make your code harder to maintain and update. Instead, leverage classes to create reusable styles that can be applied to multiple elements. For example, a class like Highlight can be used to style various sections of a page uniformly. Additionally, keeping your CSS organized by separating it from HTML content improves readability and collaboration. This separation also makes it easier to debug and refine your styles over time. Let me provide some examples of inline CSS in action. Imagine you have a heading that needs a yellow background. You can achieve this by adding the style attribute directly to the H1 tag like so. H1 style equals background color, yellow, welcome /H1. Similarly, a div element can have a larger font size specified inline. Div style equals font size 20px content/div. These examples illustrate how inline styles are quick to implement for small, isolated changes. However, they are not ideal for large-scale projects, as they can lead to inconsistent designs and make future updates more challenging. For such scenarios, internal CSS or external style sheets are more suitable. Internal CSS offers a more scalable solution for styling entire documents. For example, you can define a style block that sets the default font family for the entire page and creates a reusable class for highlighting specific elements. Here is how it might look. Style body, font family, Arial, highlight background color, light blue, /style. This approach allows you to apply the Arial font to all text in the document and use the highlight class to style multiple elements consistently. By centralizing your styles, you can easily adjust the design of an entire page by modifying a few lines of code. This method is particularly useful for maintaining a cohesive look and feel across a website. In summary, inline CSS is best for targeting single elements with unique styles, while internal CSS is more effective for applying consistent styles across an entire document. The choice between these methods depends on the specific needs of your project. Inline styles offer quick fixes, but are less efficient for large-scale designs, whereas internal CSS promotes organization and maintainability. Always prioritize clean, well-structured code to ensure your websites are easy to update and scale. By understanding the strengths and limitations of each approach, you can create visually appealing and functional web pages. HTML5 is the fifth major version of the hypertext markup language, introduced in the year 2014. It was designed to address the evolving needs of the web by significantly enhancing multimedia support. improving the structure of documents through semantic elements and ensuring better compatibility across a wide range of devices. This version marks a departure from the older HTML4 and XHTML standards, which were less equipped to handle the complexities of modern web development. The focus of HTML5 is on simplifying the coding process with new features and APIs that make it easier for developers to create dynamic, interactive, and responsive websites. By streamlining the language and introducing more intuitive syntax, HTML5 has become the foundation for building the modern web. One of the most notable advancements in HTML5 is the introduction of semantic elements that allow for more meaningful and structured document organization. These elements, such as article and section, help define the purpose of different parts of a web page, making it easier for both developers and search engines to understand content. Another major feature is the native support for audio and video, eliminating the need for third-party plugins like Flash. This not only improves performance, but also enhances user experience. Enhanced form controls, including date pickers and sliders, provide a more intuitive interface for users. Additionally, HTML5 offers improved APIs for geolocation, drag and drop functionality, and offline storage, enabling richer interactions and better handling of data. These features collectively ensure that websites are more compatible with mobile devices and can adapt seamlessly to different screen sizes, which is essential in today's mobile-first world. The semantic elements in HTML5 play a crucial role in organizing content logically. The header element is used to define the top section of a document or a specific section, often containing navigation links or a logo. The nav element is specifically designed for navigation links, making it easier for assistive technologies to identify and skip over repetitive navigation menus. The main element contains the primary content of a web page, ensuring that the most important information is highlighted for accessibility. The article element is ideal for self-contained content, such as blog posts or news articles, while the section element groups related content into thematic sections, improving readability and structure. These elements not only enhance the visual layout of a web page, but also contribute to better SEO and accessibility. By by providing clear context for search engines and screen readers. HTML5 revolutionized the way multimedia is handled on the web by introducing the audio and video elements. These tags allow developers to embed audio and video files directly into a web page without relying on external plugins. The supported formats include MP3, WAV, and OGG for audio, and MP4, WebM, and OGG for video, offering flexibility in choosing the best format for different scenarios. Attributes such as controls, autoplay, and loop provide additional customization options, allowing developers to tailor the user experience. For example, the controls attribute adds a native media player, while autoplay can automatically start playback. The loop attribute enables continuous playback, which is useful for background music or video by eliminating the need for flash. HTML5 ensures a more secure, efficient, and universally accessible way to deliver multimedia content. HTML5 also introduces a range of powerful APIs and tools that expand the capabilities of web applications. The geolocation API allows websites to access a user's location, enabling features like maps and location-based services. The Canvas API provides a way to draw graphics using JavaScript, which is useful for creating charts, animations, and games. Web storage offers a more robust alternative to cookies for storing data on the client side, with options for local storage that persists across sessions and session storage that is cleared when the browser is closed. The drag and drop API facilitates intuitive interactions by allowing users to drag elements and drop them into specific areas, improving usability. Additionally, the Web Workers API enables background processing, allowing complex tasks to run without freezing the user interface. These tools collectively empower developers to create more dynamic and responsive web experiences, adhering to modern standards and best practices is essential for creating high-quality, accessible, and efficient websites. Following the guidelines set by the World Wide Web Consortium ensures that web content is compatible across different browsers and devices. ARIA, or Accessible Rich Internet Applications, complements HTML5 by providing additional attributes that enhance accessibility for users with disabilities, making web content more navigable for for screen readers. A mobile-first design approach prioritizes the experience on smaller screens, using responsive frameworks to ensure content adapts to various devices. Validating HTML5 code with tools like the W3C validator helps identify and fix errors, improving reliability and performance. Staying updated with the latest developments, such as HTML5.1 and HTML5.2, ensures that developers can leverage new features and improvements as they emerge. By following these practices, web professionals can create websites that are not only functional, but also inclusive and future-proof. HTML5 has fundamentally transformed web development by introducing semantic markup that clarifies document structure and multimedia support that enhances user engagement. Modern standards further elevate the web by improving performance, accessibility, and user experience. As technology continues to evolve, continuous learning is vital for staying current with new features and best practices. By applying the capabilities of HTML5, developers can build modern, responsive, and interactive websites that meet the demands of today's users. Whether it's creating visually appealing layouts, integrating multimedia, or leveraging APIs, HTML5 provides the tools necessary to create innovative and effective web solutions. Embracing these advancements ensures that websites remain relevant, functional, and user-friendly in an ever-changing digital landscape. HTML5 has revolutionized the way we build interactive web experiences by introducing a suite of powerful APIs and elements that go beyond basic markup. These features allow developers to create dynamic content that responds to user actions in real time, making websites more engaging and functional. For instance, imagine a web application that can update data without requiring a page refresh or a form that automatically validates user input as they type. These capabilities are made possible through HTML5's advanced APIs. Key areas include the Canvas API for drawing graphics, the Geolocation API for accessing user location, the Web Storage API for client-side data storage, and enhanced form elements that improve user interaction. Together, these tools empower developers to build richer, more responsive web applications. The Canvas API is a fundamental part of HTML5 that provides a flexible drawing surface for JavaScript. Unlike traditional HTML elements, the canvas element acts as a blank slate where developers can render graphics, animations, and even complex visualizations using JavaScript code. This makes it ideal for creating games, data visualizations, or interactive art. For example, you can use the Canvas API to draw shapes like circles or polygons, add text with custom fonts, or even overlay images dynamically. The API also supports advanced features like gradients, shadows, and transformations, allowing for creative and visually appealing designs. By leveraging the canvas element, developers can bypass the limitations of static HTML and CSS, opening up endless possibilities for dynamic content. The geolocation API is another critical feature of HTML5 that enables web applications to access a user's geographical location. This is particularly useful for services like maps, weather forecasts, or location-based social media platforms. However, it is important to note that this API requires explicit user permission before accessing location data. When a website requests access, the browser prompts the user to grant or deny the request, ensuring privacy and security. Once granted, the API provides latitude and longitude coordinates, which can be used to determine the user's current position or track movement over time. This functionality is essential for applications that need to tailor content or services based on the user's physical location. The Web Storage API introduces a more robust and flexible way to store data on the client side compared to traditional cookies. It offers two main storage options: local storage and session storage. Local storage allows data to persist across multiple browser sessions, making it ideal for saving user preferences or application state. In contrast, session storage stores data only for the duration of a single session, which is useful for temporary information like form inputs or shopping cart items. Both methods use key-value pairs, similar to a dictionary, making it easy to retrieve and manipulate data. This API is particularly valuable for creating dynamic web applications that can remember user interactions without relying on server-side storage. Interactive form elements in HTML5 significantly enhance user experience by providing more intuitive and efficient ways to collect input. New input types such as date, color, range, and email allow users enter data in a more structured and context-aware manner. For example, the date input type presents a calendar widget, while the range input creates a slider for selecting values. Additionally, attributes like required, placeholder, and pattern help enforce validation rules and guide users through form completion. These features reduce the need for complex JavaScript validation and ensure that users receive immediate feedback, making forms more user-friendly and reducing errors. The video and audio elements in HTML5 simplify the integration of multimedia content directly into web pages. Unlike older methods that required third-party plugins, these tags allow developers to embed video and audio files using standard HTML syntax. They come with built-in controls for play, pause, and volume adjustment, which can be customized further with JavaScript. For instance, you can create a video player that responds to user interactions, like seeking to a specific time or adjusting the playback speed. These elements also support multiple file formats, ensuring compatibility across different browsers and devices. By leveraging video and audio, developers can create rich media experiences without relying on external libraries. The drag and drop API in HTML5 enhances user interaction by allowing elements to be dragged and dropped within a web application. This functionality is achieved through a series of events such as drag start, drag over, and drop, which track the user's actions and trigger corresponding responses. For example, a file upload feature might use drag and drop to let users drag files into a designated area, while a to-do list application could allow users to reorder tasks by dragging them. Implementing this API requires setting up event listeners to handle each stage of the drag and drop process, ensuring a seamless and intuitive user experience. This feature is particularly useful for applications that require frequent reordering or file manipulation. The Web Workers API addresses the challenge of running resource-intensive tasks without freezing the user interface. By creating background threads, this API allows JavaScript to execute complex operations such as data processing or heavy computations without interfering with the main thread. This is especially beneficial for applications that need to handle large data sets or perform real-time calculations. For example, a weather application might use a web worker to fetch and process data in the background while keeping the UI responsive. The API supports both dedicated workers, which are specific to a single page, and shared workers, which can be accessed by multiple pages. This separation of tasks ensures smoother performance and a better user experience. HTML5 APIs and interactive elements have transformed the web into a more dynamic and user-centric platform. By extending the capabilities of traditional HTML, these tools enable developers to create applications that are not only visually engaging, but also highly functional. For instance, the Canvas API allows for real-time graphics rendering, while the Geolocation API provides context-aware services. The Web Storage API ensures data persistence, and interactive form elements streamline user input. To effectively leverage these features, developers must understand how to implement APIs and handle events, as these are the building blocks of modern web applications. Mastery of these concepts is essential for creating the next generation of interactive and responsive websites. In conclusion, HTML5 APIs and interactive elements are indispensable for modern web development. They empower developers to create dynamic, user-friendly applications that meet the demands of today's digital landscape. From real-time data handling to enhanced user engagement, these tools offer a wide range of possibilities. However, their effective implementation requires a solid understanding of their underlying principles and practical experience. By practicing with these APIs and experimenting with their features, developers can unlock new creative possibilities and build innovative web solutions. Continued learning and hands-on practice are key to mastering these technologies and staying ahead in the ever-evolving field of web development. Frames divide a web page into multiple sections, allowing different parts of a site to load independently. This was a common approach in early web design to create complex layouts. Iframes, or inline frames, take this concept further by embedding external content directly into a web page, such as videos, maps, or articles from other sources. Both frames and iframes enable modular content display, but their use cases differ significantly. Frames are better suited for dividing a page into fixed sections, while iframes are ideal for integrating dynamic or external content. However, modern web development has largely moved away from frames due to their limitations, favoring iframes for their flexibility and ease of use. Frames are created using the frame set and frame tags, which define a grid-like structure for a web page. Each frame acts as a separate window, loading its own HTML document. For example, a frame set with 2 columns might display a navigation menu in one frame and the main content in another. However, this approach has major drawbacks. Frames are not accessible to screen readers, and users cannot bookmark individual sections of a site. Additionally, frames can cause compatibility issues with modern browsers and are not supported in HTML5. As a result, frames are considered obsolete and should be avoided in new projects. Iframes, defined by the iframe tag, are a more modern and versatile solution for embedding external content. Unlike frames, iframes are part of the main document and do not disrupt the page's structure. They are commonly used to integrate third-party content, such as YouTube videos, Google Maps, or interactive forms. This makes iframes ideal for adding functionality without requiring users to navigate away from the current page. Because iframes are supported in HTML5 and work seamlessly with modern web standards, they remain a popular choice for developers looking to enhance user experience with external resources. Creating frames involves using the frameset tag to define the layout of a web page. The calls attribute specifies the width of each column, while the rows attribute defines the height of each row. For example, frameset calls equals 25%, 75% divides the page into 2 vertical sections, with the first frame taking up 25% of the width and the second 75%. Each frame is then assigned using the frame tag, with the src attribute pointing to the URL of the document it should load. While this method allows for complex layouts, it is no longer recommended due to its limitations in accessibility, responsiveness, and maintenance. The syntax for creating an iframe is straightforward. The basic structure is iframe src equals URL width equals 100% height equals 300 px/iframe, where the src attribute specifies the external content to embed. Additional attributes like width and height control the iframe's size, while allow enables features such as full screen playback or microphone access. Iframes are also useful for dynamically loading content, as they can be updated without refreshing the entire page. This makes them a powerful tool for building interactive web experiences, such as embedding live chat widgets or real-time data visualizations. Key attributes for iframes include src, which defines the URL of the embedded content. The width and height attributes determine the iframe's dimensions, often using percentages or pixels for flexibility. The allow attribute is used to grant specific permissions, such as allowing the embedded content to use the device's camera or microphone. Another crucial attribute is sandbox, which restricts the iframe's capabilities to enhance security. By limiting features like scripting or form submission, the sandbox attribute helps prevent malicious activities. These attributes work together to make iframes both functional and secure for modern web development. While frames are largely outdated, there are still scenarios where they might be used, such as maintaining legacy systems or specific applications requiring split-screen layouts. However, developers should avoid using frames for new projects due to their poor accessibility and lack of support in modern browsers. When frames are necessary, it is essential to include fallback content using the noframes tag, which provides an alternative message for users whose browsers do not support frames. This ensures that all users can access the website's content, even if it is not displayed in the intended layout. Best practices for iframes focus on ensuring they are responsive, secure, and user-friendly. Using responsive design techniques, such as setting the width to 100% and adjusting the height dynamically, helps iframes adapt to different screen sizes. Limiting the iframe's size prevents layout issues, especially on mobile devices. Security is also critical, so always verify that the embedded content uses HTTPS to protect users from potential vulnerabilities. By following these guidelines, developers can create iframes that enhance a website's functionality without compromising its performance or security. Frames are primarily used in legacy applications or for creating split-screen layouts, though their use is now rare. Iframes, on the other hand, are widely employed for embedding external content, such as videos, maps, or articles from other websites. Both technologies allow for modular content display, but iframes are more flexible and compatible with modern web standards. For example, a news news website might use an iframe to embed a YouTube video, while a travel site could use one to display a Google map. These examples highlight how iframes provide a seamless way to integrate external resources without disrupting the user's experience. In conclusion, frames are considered outdated and should be avoided in modern web development due to their limitations. Iframes, however, remain a valuable tool for embedding external content and enhancing user interaction. They offer greater flexibility, better accessibility, and stronger security features compared to frames. When using iframes, it is crucial to prioritize accessibility by ensuring they are properly labeled and navigable. Additionally, always verify that the embedded content is secure and compatible with different devices. By following these principles, developers can leverage iframes effectively while maintaining a high-quality user experience. HTML5 Canvas is a powerful tool that allows developers to create dynamic, interactive graphics directly within web pages. It's based on a raster graphics API, which means it works with pixels rather than vectors. This makes it ideal for rendering 2D and even 3D graphics, though 3D is more complex and often requires additional libraries. The canvas element is particularly useful for applications like animations, games, data visualizations, and image manipulation, because it allows for real-time rendering and user interaction through JavaScript. Unlike traditional HTML elements, the canvas acts as a blank slate where developers can draw anything from simple shapes to complex animations using code. The canvas element is an HTML tag that creates a drawing area on a web page. It requires specific attributes such as an identifier, width, and height to define its size and location. For example, a canvas might be written as canvas ID equals my canvas, width equals 500, height equals 300/canvas, while the element itself is straightforward. It doesn't display anything on its own. Instead, it needs JavaScript to manipulate and draw content. This makes it different from scalable vector graphics, which can be resized without losing quality. The canvas, however, is resolution dependent, meaning its appearance can degrade if scaled up beyond its original dimensions. This is why developers often need to plan the canvas size carefully for different screen resolutions. To start working with the canvas, you first need to access it using JavaScript. This is done by retrieving the element through its unique identifier, like const canvas document get element by ID my canvas. Once the canvas is accessed, you must obtain its 2D rendering context, which acts as the drawing board for your graphics. This is achieved with const ctx equals canvas get context 2D. The context object provides a wide range of methods and properties for drawing shapes, applying colors, and manipulating the canvas. These tools allow developers to create everything from simple lines to intricate visual effects, making the context a central part of any canvas-based project. The canvas offers a variety of basic drawing operations that form the foundation of more complex graphics. You can draw rectangles, lines, circles, and custom paths using specific methods. For example, fill rect and stroke rect are used to create filled or outlined rectangles, while begin path starts a new drawing path. The move to and line to functions allow you to draw lines between points, and arc is used to create circles or curves. These operations are essential for building shapes and outlines, and they can be combined to create more detailed artwork. Understanding these basics is crucial for anyone looking to use the canvas for animations or interactive graphics. Styling and colors play a vital role in making canvas graphics visually appealing. The context object provides properties like fill style and stroke style to set the color of filled shapes and outlined strokes, respectively. For instance, CTX fill style equals red will fill a shape with red, while CTX stroke style equals blue outlines it in blue. Additionally, developers can control line properties such as width, cap style, and join style. The line width property adjusts the thickness of strokes. Line cap determines the shape of the ends of lines, and line join defines how corners are rendered. These settings allow for precise control over the appearance of drawn elements, enabling a wide range of creative possibilities. Adding text to the canvas is another important feature that enhances user interaction. The fill text method is used to render solid text, while stroke text creates outlined text. To customize the appearance of text, the font property can be set with a string that includes the size, style, and family, such as CTX, font equals 30px Arial. Text alignment is controlled with the text align property, which can be set to values like center, left, or right, This allows developers to position text precisely within the canvas, making it useful for displaying labels, instructions, or other textual content in games, data visualizations, or interactive applications. The canvas can also be used to load and display images, which is essential for creating games, animations, and visual effects. Images are loaded using the image constructor and then drawn onto the canvas with the draw image method. For example, CTX draw image X, Y places an image at specific coordinates. Sprites, which are images containing multiple frames, are commonly used in animations by cropping and displaying different sections of the image over time. Additionally, transformations like scaling and rotation can be applied to images using methods such as scale and rotate, allowing for dynamic and interactive visual elements. Transformations and animations are key features that make the canvas a versatile tool for dynamic content. Developers can use methods like translate, rotate, and scale to manipulate the coordinate system of the canvas, making it easier to position and animate elements. For example, translate shifts the origin point, while rotate changes the direction of drawing. Animations are typically created using request animation frame, which ensures smooth and efficient updates. To prevent flickering, the canvas is often cleared before each frame using ClearRect, allowing for seamless transitions between animations. These techniques are fundamental for building interactive games and real-time visual effects. Following best practices is essential for creating efficient and accessible canvas-based applications. One key tip is to optimize performance by minimizing unnecessary red draws, which can be achieved by only updating parts of the canvas that change. Using off-screen canvases for complex operations, such as pre-rendering images or animations, can also improve performance. Additionally, developers should provide fallback content for users who may not have canvas support, such as older browsers or users with JavaScript disabled. This ensures that the core functionality of the web page remains accessible while still offering enhanced visuals to those who can use the canvas. In conclusion, the HTML5 canvas is a foundational tool for creating dynamic, interactive graphics on the web. By mastering basic shapes, styling, text rendering, and transformations, developers can build a wide range of applications, from simple animations to complex games and data visualizations. The canvas's flexibility and power make it an invaluable skill for modern web development. As you continue to explore its capabilities, remember to experiment with different techniques, optimize for performance, and consider accessibility to ensure your creations are both functional and engaging for all users. Good morning, everyone. Today, we will explore the concept of embedding external resources in HTML. This is a fundamental aspect of web development that allows us to enhance the functionality and appearance of web pages without complicating the core HTML structure. By using external resources, we can separate different types of content, such as styles, scripts, images, and fonts, into dedicated files. This approach not only improves code organization, but also makes it easier to manage and update web projects. For example, instead of writing all CSS directly in the HTML document, we can link to an external CSS file. This modularity ensures that changes to styles or scripts can be made in one place, reducing redundancy and potential errors. Additionally, external resources can be cached by the browser, which significantly improves performance by reducing the need to reload the same files repeatedly. Common use cases include linking to external style sheets for consistent design, embedding JavaScript for interactive features, and loading images or fonts to enhance visual appeal. Understanding how to effectively use these resources is essential for building efficient and scalable web applications. Let's now focus on how to link external CSS files in HTML. The primary method for doing this is the link tag. The link element requires two key attributes, rel and href. The rel attribute specifies the relationship between the current document and the linked resource, and in this case, it should be set to stylesheet to indicate that the linked file is a style sheet. The href attribute provides the path to the CSS file, which can be a relative or absolute URL. For example, the code link rel equals stylesheet href equals styles CSS tells the browser to load the styles CSS file and apply its styles to the current page. This separation of styles from HTML content offers numerous advantages. First, it promotes the principle of separation of concerns, allowing developers to focus on structure in HTML and presentation in CSS. Second, it enhances reusability, as the same CSS file can be linked to multiple HTML documents, ensuring consistent styling across an entire website. Finally, caching mechanisms can store the CSS file locally, reducing the load time for subsequent visits. By mastering this technique, you can create more maintainable and efficient web projects. Next, let's discuss how to include external images in HTML. The image tag, or img tag, is used for this purpose. The src attribute is essential here, as it defines the location of the image file. For example, the code img src equals image, jpg alt equals description tells the browser to load the image jpg file and display it on the page. The alt attribute is equally important, as it provides a textual description of the image. This not only improves accessibility for users who rely on screen readers, but also helps with SEO by giving search engines context about the image content. When working with images, there are several best practices to keep in mind. First, optimize image size to ensure fast loading times. Large, unoptimized images can significantly slow down a website, leading to a poor user experience. Second, choose the appropriate file format based on the image type. JPEG is ideal for photographs. PNG is suitable for images requiring transparency. And WebP offers high-quality compression for modern browsers. By following these guidelines, you can ensure that your web pages are both visually appealing and performant. Now, let's explore how to embed external fonts in HTML. One common method is to use the @import rule within a CSS file, which allows you to import a font from a remote server. For example, @import erlips //fonts googlypeas com/css2 family equals roboto. However, a more modern and efficient approach is to use the link tag with the href attribute pointing to a font service like Google Fonts. The code link href equals https://fonts googlypeas com/css2 family equals roboto rel equals stylesheet demonstrates this method. This approach is preferred because it allows the browser to load the font in a way that minimizes layout shifts and improves performance. When using external fonts, it's important to consider how they are loaded. For instance, some fonts may take time to download, which can cause text to appear in a default font before the custom font is fully loaded. To mitigate this, developers can implement font loading strategies such as preloading the font or using the font display property in CSS to control how the font is displayed during loading. By carefully managing font loading, you can ensure a smooth and visually consistent user experience. Moving on to external JavaScript files, the script tag is the primary tool for including them in HTML. The src attribute of the script tag specifies the location of the JavaScript file. For example, the code script src equals script. JS/script instructs the browser to load and execute the script JS file. This method keeps the HTML document clean and separates the logic of the website from its structure. However, the placement of the script tag can significantly impact page performance. Placing the script tag at the end of the body element, just before the closing /body tag, ensures that the HTML content is rendered first. This approach prevents the script from blocking the rendering of the page, which can lead to faster perceived load times. By adhering to this practice, you can create a more responsive and user-friendly website. Additionally, external JavaScript files can be cached by the browser, further improving performance for returning visitors. When loading external scripts, it's crucial to understand how to control their execution. Two attributes, async and defer, are particularly useful for this purpose. The async attribute tells the browser to load the script in the background and execute it as soon as it is downloaded, without waiting for the rest of the page to finish parsing. This is ideal for scripts that do not depend on other scripts or the DOM. On the other hand, the defer attribute instructs the browser to load the script in the background and execute it only after the entire HTML document has been parsed. This ensures that the script runs after the DOM is fully constructed, making it suitable for scripts that interact with the page's elements. Choosing between async and defer depends on the specific needs of the script. For example, analytics scripts often use async to load quickly, while scripts that manipulate the DOM might use defer to ensure they run after the page is ready. By leveraging these attributes, you can optimize the performance of your web applications to ensure optimal performance and maintainability. There are several best practices for handling external resources. One key practice is to minify CSS and JavaScript files. Minification removes unnecessary characters, such as spaces and comments, which reduces file size and speeds up loading times. Another important strategy is to use content delivery networks CDNs for popular libraries like jQuery or Bootstrap. CDNs distribute files across multiple servers worldwide, allowing users to download resources from the nearest server, which reduces latency. Additionally, leveraging browser caching can significantly improve performance by storing frequently used resources locally. This means that returning visitors do not need to re-download the same files, resulting in faster load times. Finally, it's essential to regularly audit and update external resources to ensure they are up to date and secure. By following these best practices, you can create a more efficient and reliable web experience for your users. In conclusion, external resources play a vital role in modern web development. They allow us to build complex, interactive, and visually appealing websites while maintaining clean and organized code. By embedding external styles, scripts, images, and fonts, we can enhance functionality, improve performance, and create a better user experience. Properly managing these resources through techniques like caching, minification, and strategic script loading ensures that websites load quickly and operate smoothly. As you continue your journey in HTML programming, remember to apply these principles to your projects. By doing so, you'll be well equipped to create high-quality, scalable, and user-friendly web applications. Thank you for your attention, and I hope this presentation has provided valuable insights into the power of external resources in HTML. HTML validation is the process of checking your code against established web standards to ensure it is structured correctly and free of errors. This practice is essential because it helps maintain the quality of your code, making it more reliable and easier to maintain. Debugging, on the other hand, involves systematically identifying and resolving issues in your HTML. This could range from fixing syntax mistakes to addressing layout problems that affect how your website appears across different devices. Validation plays a crucial role in ensuring that your website works consistently across various browsers and is accessible to all users, including those who rely on assistive technologies. By prioritizing validation and debugging, you create a more robust and user-friendly web experience. Validating your HTML is important for several reasons. First, it ensures your code adheres to web standards like those set by the World Wide Web Consortium. This compliance guarantees that your website will function as intended across different platforms. Second, validation helps prevent unexpected rendering issues that can occur when browsers interpret code differently. For example, an improperly nested element might display incorrectly in one browser, but work fine in another. Additionally, validation improves accessibility by ensuring your code is structured in a way that screen readers and other assistive tools can interpret it effectively. Finally, clean and valid HTML can enhance your website's search engine optimization, as search engines prefer well-organized code that is easy to crawl and index. There are several tools available to help you validate your HTML. The W3C Markup Validation Service is a primary resource that checks your code against official standards. It provides detailed reports on errors and suggestions for fixes. Browser developer tools, such as those in Chrome, allow you to inspect elements in real time and identify issues directly within the browser. Online validators like HTML Validator or Validator New offer quick checks without the need for installation. Finally, many integrated development environments, such as Visual Studio Code or Sublime Text, have plugins that validate code as you type, making it easier to catch errors early in the development process. Each of these tools serves a unique purpose and can be used in combination to ensure your code is error-free. Common HTML validation errors often stem from simple mistakes that can have significant consequences. Missing or mismatched tags, such as an unclosed div or a p tag placed inside a span without proper structure, can disrupt the layout of your page. Incorrect nesting, like placing a section inside a header without a logical hierarchy, can confuse both browsers and assistive technologies. Invalid attributes, such as using spaces in a class name like class equals my class, can prevent styles or scripts from functioning correctly. Typos in tag names, like writing head instead of header, may cause elements to be ignored entirely. These errors, though seemingly minor, can lead to unpredictable behavior and poor user experiences. Effective debugging techniques are essential for resolving issues in your HTML. One of the first steps is to use the browser console, which displays errors such as uncaught syntax error or 404 not found, to help you pinpoint problems. Inspecting elements with developer tools allows you to see how your code is rendered in the browser, making it easier to identify layout or styling issues. Validating your code through online tools can quickly highlight syntax errors that may be difficult to spot manually. Finally, testing your website in multiple browsers ensures that it functions consistently across different platforms, reducing the risk of compatibility issues. By combining these techniques, you can efficiently troubleshoot and refine your code. Adopting best practices for validation and debugging can significantly improve your workflow. Writing clean, well-structured HTML from the start makes it easier to read, maintain, and debug. Regularly validating your code during development helps catch errors early, preventing them from becoming more complex later. Using comments to temporarily disable sections of your code allows you to test specific parts of your website without removing them entirely. Keeping your code organized with proper indentation and formatting enhances readability and reduces the likelihood of mistakes. These habits not only save time, but also contribute to creating high-quality, reliable web projects. In summary, HTML validation and debugging are critical components of the web development process. Validation ensures your code follows standards, making it more accessible, reliable, and compatible across devices. Debugging helps you identify and resolve issues that could affect functionality or user experience. By combining tools like the W3C validator, browser developer tools, and online validators with techniques such as console inspection and cross-browser testing, you can streamline your workflow. Consistent practice of these methods leads to cleaner code, fewer errors, and a more efficient development process. Remember, the key to success lies in applying these principles regularly and staying attentive to the details in your code. Responsive design is a fundamental approach in modern web development that ensures websites adapt seamlessly to different screen sizes and devices. This is crucial because users access websites from a variety of devices, including smartphones, tablets, laptops, and desktops. Without responsive design, a website might appear cluttered or difficult to navigate on smaller screens, leading to a poor user experience. The key components of responsive design include meta tags, viewport settings, and flexible layouts. Meta tags provide essential information to browsers. Viewport settings control how the page is rendered on mobile devices, and flexible layouts use relative units to adjust content dynamically. Proper configuration of meta tags is particularly critical for mobile optimization because it ensures that the content is displayed correctly and is accessible to users on smaller screens. The viewport is the visible area of a web page on a device, and it plays a vital role in how content is presented. When a website is not optimized for the viewport, the content may appear too small, stretched, or distorted, making it hard to read or interact with. For example, a desktop-designed website might display text that is too tiny on a smartphone, forcing users to zoom in manually. This can be frustrating and lead to higher bounce rates. To address this, the meta name equals viewport tag is used to control how the page is rendered on different devices. This tag tells the browser how to scale and size the content, ensuring that it fits the user's screen and provides an optimal viewing experience. The viewport meta tag is a critical element in responsive design, and its syntax is straightforward. The standard syntax is meta name equals viewport content equals width equals device width. Initial scale equals 1, 0. Let's break this down. The width equals device width part sets the width of the viewport to match the device's screen width, ensuring that the layout scales appropriately. This is different from using a fixed width, which would cause the content to appear too large or too small on different devices. The initial scale equals 1. 0 defines the initial zoom level of the page, meaning the content will be displayed at a 1:1 scale, neither zoomed in nor out. This helps maintain consistency across devices and prevents users from encountering unexpected scaling issues when they first load the page. The viewport meta tag has several key attributes that allow developers to fine-tune how a web page is displayed. The width attribute sets the layout width, which can be specified as a fixed value like 320 pixels or as device width to match the device's screen width. The height attribute works similarly, controlling the layout height, though it is used less frequently than width. The initial scale attribute defines the starting zoom level, with a value of 1 being the default and most common setting. The maximum scale attribute limits how much users can zoom in on the page, which can be useful for maintaining layout integrity on mobile devices. These attributes work together to give developers precise control over the user's experience, ensuring that the website is both functional and visually appealing on all devices. An example of a well-configured viewport tag is meta name equals viewport content equals width equals device width. Initial scale equals 1, 0. Maximum scale equals 1, 0. User scalable equals no. This configuration ensures that the page is displayed at the device's native width and that the initial zoom level is set to 1. The maximum scale equals 1. 0 attribute restricts users from zooming in further, which can help maintain a consistent layout and prevent accidental scaling. The user scalable equals no setting disables the ability for users to zoom in or out, which is often used in mobile-first design strategies to ensure that the layout remains as intended by the developer. While this can be beneficial in some cases, it is important to consider accessibility and user preferences, as some users may rely on zooming to view content more clearly. In addition to the viewport meta tag, there are several other important meta tags that contribute to a website's functionality and SEO. The meta charset equals UTF-8 tag defines the character encoding of the document, ensuring that special characters and symbols are displayed correctly across different browsers and devices. The meta name equals description content equals tag provides a brief summary of the page's content, which is often used by search engines to generate snippets in search results. This can improve click-through rates by giving users a clear idea of what to expect on the page. The meta name equals keywords content equals tag is used for SEO purposes, though its importance has diminished over time as search engines have evolved to focus more on content quality and relevance. Nonetheless, including relevant keywords can still help with certain search algorithms and improve the page's visibility. To achieve effective responsive design, there are several best practices that developers should follow. First, always include the viewport meta tag in the head section of the HTML document. This ensures that the page is properly scaled on mobile devices from the moment it loads. Second, test designs on multiple devices and screen sizes to identify and address any layout issues. This can be done using browser developer tools or by testing on actual devices. Third, avoid using fixed widths for elements, as they can cause content to overflow or appear cramped on smaller screens. Instead, use relative units like percentages or viewport units, VW, VH, to create flexible layouts that adapt to different screen sizes. By following these practices, developers can create websites that are both functional and visually appealing across all devices. The viewport meta tag is a cornerstone of mobile responsiveness, and its proper configuration is essential for delivering a consistent user experience. Without it, a website may fail to display correctly on mobile devices, leading to frustration and poor engagement. Combining the viewport meta tag with flexible layouts and CSS media queries allows developers to create fully responsive websites that adapt seamlessly to different screen sizes. CSS media queries enable the application of specific styles based on the device's characteristics, such as width or orientation, further enhancing the user experience. By prioritizing responsive design, developers can ensure that their websites are accessible, functional, and visually appealing to users across all devices, ultimately improving satisfaction and driving engagement. Good morning, everyone. Today, we'll explore advanced text layout and styling in HTML and CSS. As web design continues to evolve, precise control over text becomes essential for creating visually appealing and user-friendly interfaces. From typography choices to alignment and spacing, mastering these techniques allows developers to craft layouts that are both functional and aesthetically pleasing. We'll cover key areas such as typography, alignment, spacing, and how to make text responsive across different devices. This knowledge will empower you to design text elements that adapt seamlessly to various screen sizes and user needs. Let's dive into text alignment and justification. The text align property offers options like left, right, center, and justify. Left alignment is ideal for left to right languages, while right alignment can be useful for specific design elements. Center alignment is often used for headings or titles, and justify creates a clean, block-like appearance. However, justifying text can sometimes lead to uneven spacing, so the text justify property provides more control over how text is distributed. Additionally, the text indent property allows you to create paragraph indents, which can enhance readability in long blocks of text. These tools are vital for achieving the desired visual hierarchy in your designs. Next, we'll examine advanced font styling. The font family property determines the typeface used, and it's crucial to choose between web-safe fonts like Arial or Times New Roman and custom fonts from services like Google Fonts. Web-safe fonts ensure consistency across devices, while custom fonts add unique visual identity. The font weight property lets you adjust boldness, and font style can emphasize text with italics or oblique styles. Meanwhile, font variant offers options like small caps, which are useful for titles or abbreviations. Together, these properties allow you to fine-tune the appearance of text to match your design goals. Now, let's discuss line and letter spacing. The line height property controls the vertical space between lines of text, which directly impacts readability. A line height that's too tight can make text feel cramped, while a generous line height improves legibility. Letter spacing adjusts the horizontal space between individual characters, which can be useful for creating visual interest or correcting spacing issues. Similarly, word spacing controls the space between words, ensuring a balanced look. These properties work in tandem to create text that is both aesthetically pleasing and easy to read. Text shadows and effects add depth and visual interest to your designs. The text shadow property uses offset, blur, and color values to create layered effects. For example, a subtle shadow can make text stand out against a background. You can apply multiple shadows to create complex visual styles, such as glowing or 3D effects. Combining text shadows with CSS filters like blur or brightness can further enhance these effects. These techniques are powerful tools for drawing attention to key elements or adding a creative touch to your layouts. In this section, we'll explore how CSS Grid and Flexbox can be used for text layout. CSS Grid allows you to create complex, multi-column layouts with precise control over rows and columns. This is particularly useful for arranging text blocks in a structured manner. Flexbox, on the other hand, simplifies aligning text elements horizontally or vertically, making it ideal for navigation menus or form layouts. By leveraging grid and flex properties, you can achieve responsive text positioning that adapts to different screen sizes and user interactions. Responsive text sizing ensures your content looks great on all devices. Using viewport units like VW viewport width and VH viewport height allows text to scale relative to the screen size. The clamp function provides a way to set a minimum, preferred, and maximum font size, ensuring text remains readable across varying resolutions. Media queries further refine this by applying specific styles based on screen width. Together, these techniques create a seamless user experience where text adapts dynamically to the user's environment. Pseudo-elements like before and after offer a way to enhance text without adding extra HTML. The content property allows you to insert text dynamically, which is useful for decorative elements like quotes or icons. Styling these pseudo-elements with CSS can create visual effects such as borders, backgrounds, or animations. This approach keeps your HTML clean while enabling creative design solutions. By mastering pseudo-elements, you can add subtle yet impactful details to your text layouts. Text transformation and case control help maintain consistency in your designs. The text transform property allows you to convert text to uppercase, lowercase, or capitalize, which is useful for headings or titles. The capitalize option ensures the first letter of each word is uppercase, ideal for titles or product names. Combining this with font weight adjustments can further emphasize certain text elements without altering the HTML structure. These properties streamline the process of formatting text to meet design requirements. To wrap up, remember that advanced text designs should always prioritize readability. Use semantic HTML to create accessible structures, ensuring screen readers and other tools can interpret your content correctly. Finally, test your styling across different browsers to ensure compatibility. By following these best practices, you'll create text layouts that are both visually appealing and functionally robust. Thank you for your attention, and feel free to ask questions as we move forward. Navigation menus are a fundamental component of any website, serving as the primary tool for users to navigate through different pages or sections. They act as a roadmap, guiding visitors to the information they need efficiently. Without well-structured menus, users might feel lost or frustrated, which can lead to higher bounce rates. The key elements in creating these menus include the nav tag, which defines the navigation section, and the ol and li tags, which organize links into an unordered list. The A tag, or anchor tag, is used to create hyperlinks that connect to other pages or sections. These elements work together to enhance usability, making it easier for users to interact with your site. By organizing content in a clear and logical manner, navigation menus also improve the overall structure of a website, ensuring that both users and search engines can easily understand its layout. To build a navigation menu in HTML, start by using the nav tag to wrap the entire navigation section. This not only semantically marks the area as a navigation block, but also improves accessibility for screen readers. Inside the nav tag, you'll typically use an unordered list, ol, to group the menu items. Each list item lie represents a single navigation link, and within each li, the A tag creates the actual hyperlink. The href attribute in the A tag specifies the destination of the link, which could be a URL or a hash value, like to indicate a placeholder or a section on the same page. For example, a basic menu might include links to home, about, and contact sections. This structure ensures that your navigation is both semantic and easy to style with CSS later. Once the HTML structure is in place, CSS comes into play to transform the menu into a visually appealing and interactive element. A common approach is to use display. Flex on the ol element to arrange the menu items horizontally, making it easy to read and navigate. You can also apply a background color to the navigation bar to distinguish it from the rest of the page. Padding is essential to create space between the menu items and the edges of the container, improving the overall look. To add interactivity, hover effects can be implemented using pseudo-classes like hover. For instance, changing the color or adding a background highlight when a user hovers over a link makes the menu more engaging. Styling the A tags with text decoration. None removes the default underline, allowing for more creative design choices. This combination of HTML and CSS ensures that your navigation is both functional and aesthetically pleasing. As websites need to work across a variety of devices, making navigation menus responsive is crucial. On smaller screens, traditional horizontal menus can take up too much space. So a common solution is to collapse the menu into a hamburger icon. This icon, usually 3 horizontal lines, toggles the visibility of the menu when clicked, providing a cleaner interface for mobile users. Media queries in CSS allow you to apply different styles based on the screen size, ensuring that the menu adapts seamlessly. JavaScript can further enhance this by handling the toggle functionality, showing or hiding the menu items as needed. While building this from scratch is possible, frameworks like Bootstrap or Tailwind offer pre-designed components that simplify the process, saving time and ensuring consistency across different devices. By prioritizing responsive design, you ensure that your website remains accessible and user-friendly for all visitors. When it comes to creating layouts, HTML and CSS offer powerful tools like Flexbox and Grid. Flexbox is ideal for one-dimensional layouts, such as headers, footers, or navigation bars, where items need to be aligned in a single row or column. Its flexibility allows for easy distribution of space and alignment of elements. On the other hand, CSS Grid is perfect for two-dimensional layouts, enabling you to create complex structures with rows and columns. This makes it easier to manage content that spans multiple sections of a page. For example, a sticky navigation bar can be created using position fixed, which keeps it visible as the user scrolls down. Combining these techniques with proper spacing and alignment ensures that your website is not only visually appealing, but also functional and easy to navigate. To ensure your navigation and layouts are effective, following best practices is essential. Accessibility should always be a priority, which means using semantic HTML tags like nav and aria roles to make your site usable for everyone, including those who rely on screen readers. Keeping menus simple and intuitive helps users find what they need quickly without confusion. Testing your site across different browsers is also important to ensure consistent behavior and avoid unexpected issues. Performance optimization plays a role too, as minimizing CSS and JavaScript files can reduce load times and improve user experience. By adhering to these guidelines, you create a website that is not only visually appealing, but also efficient, accessible, and easy to maintain. In conclusion, navigation menus and layouts are the backbone of a successful website, directly impacting user experience. HTML provides the structure, while CSS handles the styling, allowing for a clean and organized design. Responsive design ensures that your site works seamlessly on all devices, from desktops to smartphones. By following best practices such as prioritizing accessibility, keeping designs simple, and optimizing performance, you can create a website that is both functional and visually appealing. Remember, the goal is to make navigation intuitive and layouts efficient, ensuring that users can easily find what they need and enjoy a smooth browsing experience. HTML5 local storage is a powerful client-side storage mechanism designed for web applications. It allows developers to store data directly within the user's browser, eliminating the need for constant server communication. Unlike traditional storage methods, this data remains available even after the browser is closed and reopened, making it ideal for maintaining user preferences or application state across sessions. One of its key advantages is the significantly larger storage capacity compared to cookies, offering up to 5 megabytes of space. This makes it suitable for storing more substantial amounts of data, such as user-generated content or application-specific information, without the overhead of transmitting it with every HTTP request. The key features of local storage make it a versatile tool for web developers. First, the data stored here persists indefinitely, meaning it remains on the user's device until explicitly removed. This is in contrast to other storage solutions that may expire or be cleared automatically. Another important aspect is that local storage does not automatically send data with HTTP requests, reducing network traffic and improving performance. It operates using a simple key-value pair system, where each piece of data is associated with a unique identifier. This structure makes it easy to retrieve and manage information. Additionally, local storage does not require any server-side configuration, making it a straightforward solution for client-side data management. Local storage functions through the local storage object in JavaScript, which is part of the Web Storage API. This object is accessible via the window object, allowing developers to interact with it directly in their code. The data stored is tied to the domain's origin, ensuring that it is only accessible to scripts running under the same domain. This helps prevent unauthorized access from other websites. However, it is important to note that all data is stored as plain text, meaning there is no built-in encryption. While this simplifies data handling, It also means that sensitive information should be protected through additional security measures. Understanding how this works is essential for leveraging local storage effectively in web applications. When comparing local storage to cookies, several differences become apparent. Local storage offers a much larger storage capacity, with up to 5 megabytes compared to the typical 4 kilobytes limit of cookies. This makes it more suitable for storing substantial data without the need for frequent server interactions. Unlike cookies, which are automatically sent with every HTTP request, local storage data remains on the client side and is not transmitted unless explicitly programmed. This reduces bandwidth usage and improves application performance. Cookies, on the other hand, have built-in expiration settings, while local storage data persists until manually deleted. These characteristics make local storage ideal for applications that require persistent client-side storage, such as saving user preferences or caching data for offline access. Local storage provides several methods and properties to manage stored data. The setItem method allows developers to store key-value pairs, where the key is a string, and the value can be any data type that can be converted to a string. To retrieve data, the getItem method is used, specifying the key to fetch the corresponding value. If a specific piece of data is no longer needed, the removeItem method can delete it, while the clear method removes all stored items at once. The length property returns the total number of items stored, providing a quick way to assess the current dataset. These tools make it easy to manipulate data efficiently, ensuring that developers can build responsive and dynamic web applications. Local storage has a wide range of practical use cases that enhance user experience and application functionality. One common application is saving user preferences, such as theme settings or language choices, so that the website retains these configurations across sessions. It is also useful for caching data to enable offline access, allowing users to interact with an application even when internet connectivity is unavailable. Form data can be temporarily stored to prevent loss if a user navigates away or refreshes the page, improving usability. Additionally, local storage can track user activity, such as browsing behavior or interaction patterns, without requiring server-side processing. These capabilities make it a valuable tool for creating more personalized and efficient web experiences. While local storage offers many benefits, it is important to consider its security implications. Since data stored here is accessible to any script running on the same domain, it is vulnerable to cross-site scripting XSS attacks if not properly secured. This means that malicious scripts could potentially read or modify stored data, leading to privacy breaches or data corruption. As a result, sensitive information such as passwords or financial details should never be stored in local storage. To mitigate risks, developers should implement additional security measures, such as encrypting sensitive data or validating inputs on the server side. By understanding these limitations, developers can use local storage responsibly while protecting user data from potential threats. In conclusion, local storage is a valuable tool that enhances the functionality of web applications by providing persistent client-side storage. It allows developers to create more dynamic and user-friendly experiences without relying on server-side resources. However, it is essential to recognize its limitations, such as the lack of built-in encryption and the potential for security vulnerabilities. By combining local storage with other storage solutions, such as session storage, developers can achieve greater flexibility and control over data management. As with any technology, careful planning and implementation are necessary to ensure that it is used effectively and securely. With the right approach, local storage can significantly improve the performance and usability of web applications. Web fonts are a powerful tool that allows developers to use custom typography on websites, giving designers the ability to create unique visual identities. By incorporating web fonts, you can ensure that your website's text looks consistent across different devices and browsers, which is essential for maintaining brand recognition. This is achieved through the use of the @font face rule in CSS, which enables the embedding of fonts directly into a website. The @font face rule supports a variety of font formats, including WOFF, WOFF2, TTF, and EOT, each with its own advantages in terms of compatibility and file size. WOFF2, for example, offers superior compression compared to older formats, making it a preferred choice for modern web development. The @font face rule is a fundamental part of CSS that allows developers to define custom fonts for use on a website. The syntax for this rule is straightforward, with the font family property specifying the name of the font and the src property indicating the location of the font file. For instance, you might write something like at font face, font family, my font, src, Earl font WAV, which tells the browser to load the font file named font WAV and assign it the name my font. When using this rule, it's crucial to ensure that the font files are properly hosted on a server, as the browser will not be able to access them otherwise. Additionally, developers must always verify that they have the necessary licenses to use a particular font, especially when distributing it across the internet. Google Fonts is a free and widely used font library that provides access to a vast collection of open source fonts, making it an excellent resource for developers. By integrating Google Fonts into a website, you can quickly add professional-looking typography without the need to host font files yourself. The integration process is simple. You include a link tag in the head section of your HTML document, pointing to the Google Fonts style sheet. For example, the link tag might look like link href equals https://fonts googlypeas.com/css2 family equals roboto and display equals swap rel equals style sheet, which loads the roboto font and makes it available for use. Once the font is loaded, you can apply it to your website's text using the font family CSS property, allowing for easy customization of headings, paragraphs, and other elements. Adobe Fonts, formerly known as Typekit, is a premium font service offered by Adobe, designed for professionals who require high-quality typography. Unlike Google Fonts, which is free and open source, Adobe Fonts provides access to a curated selection of premium fonts that are often used in commercial design projects. To use Adobe Fonts, you typically need an Adobe Creative Cloud subscription, which grants access to the full library. The integration of Adobe Fonts into a website can be done through JavaScript or CSS, depending on the specific requirements of the project. This service is particularly useful for designers who want to maintain a consistent and polished look across their digital assets, as the fonts are optimized for both screen and print use. Typography in HTML and CSS involves a combination of semantic HTML elements and CSS properties to create visually appealing and structured text. Semantic HTML elements such as H1 for headings, P for paragraphs, and M for emphasized text help organize content in a way that is both accessible and meaningful. In addition to using these elements, developers can fine-tune the appearance of text using CSS properties like font family, which specifies the typeface, font size, which controls the size of the text, font weight, which determines the thickness of the characters, line height, which adjusts the spacing between lines, and text align, which aligns the text within a container. By mastering these properties, designers can create a cohesive and aesthetically pleasing layout that enhances the user experience. When working with web fonts, it's essential to prioritize accessibility to ensure that all users can read and interact with your content. Readability is a key factor, so it's important to choose fonts that are easy to read, especially for body text. Avoid using overly decorative or stylized fonts for long paragraphs, as they can be difficult to read on smaller screens or for users with visual impairments. Instead, use the font weight property in CSS to emphasize text, rather than relying on HTML tags like strong or B. This approach not only improves accessibility, but also maintains a cleaner and more consistent design. Additionally, it's crucial to test your fonts on different devices and screen sizes to ensure that they display correctly and remain legible across a variety of platforms. Performance is a critical consideration when using web fonts, as large font files can significantly impact a website's load time. To optimize performance, developers should choose the most efficient font formats, such as WOFF2, which offers better compression than older formats like EOT or TTF. It's also advisable to limit the number of font weights and styles used, as each additional variation increases the file size. Another important technique is to use the font display property with the value swap, which ensures that a fallback font is displayed while the custom font is loading, preventing the text from being invisible or unstyled. Hosting fonts locally or using a content delivery network, CDN, can further improve load times by reducing the distance between the user and the font files, ensuring a smoother and faster browsing experience. In conclusion, web fonts offer a powerful way to enhance the design and visual appeal of a website, but they require careful implementation to to ensure they meet the needs of both the designer and the user. It's essential to balance aesthetics with accessibility, performance, and readability, making sure that the fonts you choose are both visually striking and functional. Tools like Google Fonts and Adobe Fonts provide valuable resources for developers, offering a wide range of options without the need to host font files manually. However, no matter which tools you use, always remember to test your typography across different devices and browsers to ensure consistency and reliability. By following these best practices, you can create a website that is not only visually engaging, but also efficient and user-friendly. The HTML5 geolocation API is a powerful tool that allows web developers to access a user's geographic location. This technology enables the creation of location-based web applications, which can provide personalized experiences such as finding nearby services, tracking movement, or offering localized content. The API leverages multiple sources to determine a user's location, including GPS for precise coordinates, Wi-Fi networks for indoor positioning, and IP addresses for broader regional data. However, it's important to note that this feature requires explicit user permission. Browsers will prompt users to grant or deny access to their location data, ensuring privacy and control over personal information. This permission-based approach is a critical aspect of responsible geolocation implementation. To interact with the geolocation API, developers use the Navigator geolocation object, which is part of the browser's built-in functionality. This object provides two primary methods: Get Current Position, which retrieves the user's current location once, and Watch Position, which continuously monitors changes in location over time. When a web application requests access to geolocation data, the browser will prompt the user for permission. This step is essential for maintaining user trust and compliance with privacy regulations. Additionally, for secure environments, the API requires the website to be served over HTTPS. This ensures that location data is transmitted securely and prevents potential interception or tampering. Implementing geolocation in web applications involves several practical steps. One of the most common tasks is retrieving the user's latitude and longitude, which can then be used to display their location on a map. For example, integrating with services like Google Maps allows developers to create interactive maps that show the user's current position. However, it's crucial to handle errors gracefully. Common issues include timeouts, where the device fails to obtain a location, permission denial, or the absence of a geolocation service. Developers should include error handling functions to inform users of these issues and provide alternative solutions. A basic code snippet for accessing the current position is navigator geolocation. Get current position success, error, where success and error are functions that handle the response and any potential problems. Mobile optimization is essential for ensuring a seamless user experience across devices. One of the foundational principles is responsive design, which allows web layouts to adapt to different screen sizes. This is achieved through techniques like flexible grids and scalable images. Another critical component is the use of the meta name equals viewport tag, which controls how a web page is displayed on mobile devices. This tag ensures that content scales appropriately and avoids horizontal scrolling. Touch-friendly interfaces are also vital, as mobile users interact with screens through gestures rather than a mouse. Designing larger buttons, readable text, and intuitive navigation helps improve usability. Additionally, optimizing images and other assets for faster loading times is crucial, as mobile networks can be slower and less reliable than desktop connections. Advanced mobile optimization techniques involve using media queries to create adaptive layouts that respond to different screen sizes and orientations. Media queries allow developers to apply specific styles based on device characteristics, such as width or resolution. Flexible grid systems like CSS Grid and Flexbox provide structured ways to arrange content dynamically. A mobile-first approach in CSS ensures that the design is optimized for smaller screens first, then scaled up for larger devices, which often leads to more efficient code. Minifying code by removing unnecessary characters and reducing HTTP requests also improves performance. These strategies collectively contribute to faster load times and a more responsive user interface. Combining geolocation with mobile features opens up new possibilities for user engagement. Location-based content delivery can enhance user experience by providing relevant information, such as nearby restaurants or event locations. Mobile-specific UI adjustments, like increasing button size or simplifying navigation, make interactions more intuitive on touchscreens. Offline support is another key consideration, as service workers can cache data and allow applications to function even without an internet connection. Cross-device compatibility testing ensures that the application works consistently across various devices and operating systems, which is essential for reaching a broad audience. When implementing geolocation and mobile features, prioritizing user privacy and data security is non-negotiable. Developers must clearly communicate how location data is used and provide options for users to revoke access. Fallback options are necessary for devices that do not support geolocation or have outdated browsers, ensuring the application remains functional. Testing on real devices and emulators helps identify and resolve issues that may not appear in a development environment. Optimizing performance for mobile networks involves minimizing data usage, reducing server requests, and leveraging caching strategies. These practices contribute to a more reliable and user-friendly application. In summary, geolocation enhances user experience by incorporating location data into web applications, while mobile optimization ensures accessibility across devices. Practicing the implementation of these features through hands-on projects helps solidify understanding. Exploring advanced topics such as additional web APIs, like the camera or Bluetooth APIs, and mobile frameworks like React Native or Flutter can further expand capabilities. By mastering these technologies, developers can create innovative, user-centric applications that meet the demands of modern users. Web accessibility is about making sure that everyone, including people with disabilities, can use the web effectively. This means ensuring that users can perceive information, understand content, navigate through websites, and interact with elements without barriers. The 4 key principles known as POUR stand for perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. Perceivable means information and user interface components must be presentable to users in ways they can perceive. Operable ensures that users can navigate and interact with the website. Understandable means the content and navigation must be clear and predictable. Robust refers to the ability of the content to be interpreted reliably by a wide variety of user agents, including assistive technologies. Legal and ethical considerations are also crucial. Many countries have laws requiring websites to meet accessibility standards, such as the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. These guidelines provide a framework to ensure digital content is accessible to all, promoting inclusivity and preventing discrimination. Semantic HTML elements are the building blocks of a well-structured web. Using tags like navigation, main, article, and section helps screen readers and other assistive technologies understand the purpose of different parts of a web page. For example, a navigation tag clearly indicates a section of links for site navigation, making it easier for users to skip to main content. Avoiding generic elements like div and span for structural purposes is important because they lack inherent meaning. Instead, using proper heading hierarchy from H1 to H6 creates a logical document structure. This not only aids screen readers, but also improves the overall user experience by making content more organized and easier to scan. Properly nested headings ensure that the document flows in a way that is intuitive for all users, including those relying on assistive technologies. ARIA, or Accessible Rich Internet Applications, is a set of attributes that can be added to HTML elements to enhance accessibility for dynamic content and complex user interfaces. ARIA roles define the type of element, such as a button or a menu, allowing screen readers to interpret them correctly. Properties and states provide additional information, like ARIA label for a label that is not visible on the screen or area described to be, to link an element to a description. For example, a custom drop-down menu might use role equals button to indicate it is interactive. However, ARIA should be used only when standard HTML elements are not sufficient. Overusing ARIA can lead to confusion, so it is essential to apply it thoughtfully and ensure it complements rather than replaces semantic HTML. Keyboard navigation is a critical aspect of web accessibility, as not all users can use a mouse. Interactive elements such as links, buttons, and form fields must be reachable and operable through the keyboard alone. This includes ensuring a logical tab order where users can navigate through elements in a predictable sequence. Visible focus indicators, like outlines or highlights, help users understand where they are on the page. It is also important to avoid focus traps, which occur when users are unable to exit a section of the website using the keyboard. For example, a modal dialog should allow users to tab out of it or close it using the escape key. Testing keyboard navigation thoroughly ensures that all users can interact with the website effectively. Color contrast and text readability are essential for users with visual impairments. The Web Content Accessibility Guidelines recommend a minimum contrast ratio of 4.5 to 1 for normal text to ensure it is readable against its background. Tools like Contrast Checker can help verify that color combinations meet these standards. However, relying solely on color to convey information, such as using red for errors, can be problematic for users with color vision deficiencies. Instead, additional cues like text labels or icons should be used. For example, an error message should include both a red border and a text description to ensure all users understand the issue. Prioritizing high contrast and readable fonts enhances the experience for everyone, including users with low vision or other visual challenges. Alt text or alternative text is a vital component of accessible images. Every image should have a descriptive alt attribute that conveys its purpose or content. For example, an image of a sunset might have alt text like a vibrant sunset over the ocean with clouds reflecting in the water. For decorative images that do not add meaningful content, the alt attribute should be left empty. This prevents screen readers from reading unnecessary information. When dealing with complex images like charts or diagrams, providing detailed alt text or a long description is crucial. This ensures that all users, including those using screen readers, can understand the context and significance of the image. Proper alt text makes the web more inclusive and ensures that visual content is accessible to everyone. Accessible forms are essential for users who rely on assistive technologies. Each form field should be associated with a label using the for attribute, which connects the label to the input field. This allows screen readers to announce the label when the user focuses on the input. Adding attributes like ARIA required and ARIA invalid helps convey the validity of form entries. For example, if a field is required, ARIA required can indicate that. And if there is an error, ARIA invalid can signal the issue. Clear error messages and instructions are also important. instead of generic messages like error, provide specific guidance, such as please enter a valid email address. This ensures that users understand what is wrong and how to fix it, making the form-filling process smoother and more inclusive. Testing for accessibility is a multi-step process that involves both manual and automated methods. Manual testing includes using screen readers like NVDA or VoiceOver to navigate a website and check for compatibility. It also involves testing keyboard navigation to ensure all interactive elements are accessible. Automated tools such as Lighthouse, Axe, and Wave can quickly identify common accessibility issues like missing alt text or improper color contrast. However, these tools should not be relied on exclusively, as they may miss context-specific problems. Testing with real users who have disabilities is invaluable, as it provides direct feedback on how accessible a website truly is. Combining these approaches ensures a more thorough evaluation and a better user experience for everyone. Several tools can help streamline accessibility testing. Browser extensions like Axe DevTools and Wave offer real-time feedback on accessibility issues while browsing. Automated testing frameworks such as Selenium and Jest can integrate accessibility checks into development workflows, ensuring that new code does not introduce barriers. Cross-browser and cross-device testing is also critical, as different browsers and devices may handle accessibility features differently. For example, a screen reader might work differently on a mobile device compared to a desktop. By testing across various platforms, developers can ensure their websites are accessible to a wide range of users, regardless of the technology they use. Creating an accessible web benefits everyone, not just users with disabilities. It promotes inclusivity, ensures compliance with legal standards, and improves the overall user experience. Prioritizing semantic HTML, ARIA, and thorough testing helps build websites that are usable by all. However, accessibility is an ongoing process as standards and technologies evolve. Staying informed about new guidelines, tools, and best practices is essential for maintaining an accessible web. By continuously learning and adapting, developers can ensure their work remains inclusive and effective for years to come. Accessibility is not a one-time task, but a commitment to creating a more equitable digital world. Search engine optimization is the practice of enhancing your website so it appears higher in search engine results pages when users look for relevant information. This is crucial because the majority of online traffic is driven by search engines like Google. HTML, the standard language for building web pages, provides the structural framework that allows search engines to interpret and index your content effectively. By using proper HTML markup, such as headings, paragraphs, and lists, you create a clear hierarchy that helps search engines understand the context and relevance of your content, ultimately improving your site's chances of ranking well. Meta tags are essential elements embedded in the head section of an HTML document that provide information about a web page to search engines and browsers. One of the most important is the meta description tag, which offers a concise summary of the page's content. This description often appears in search results, so it should be compelling and include relevant keywords to entice users to click. The meta keywords tag, while less influential today, can still be useful for niche audiences or older search algorithms. Lastly, the meta robots tag instructs search engines whether to index the page or follow its links, giving you control over how your content is crawled and displayed. Heading tags, ranging from H1 to H6, are fundamental for organizing content and signaling its structure to both users and search engines. The H1 tag should be reserved for the main title of the page, while subsequent headings like H2 and H3 should be used to break down sections and subsections. Maintaining a logical hierarchy is critical. Skipping levels, such as moving from H1 to H3 without an H2, can confuse search engines and reduce readability. Including relevant keywords naturally within headings enhances the page's relevance for specific search queries, but it should never feel forced or overly optimized. Images play a significant role in web content, but they are not inherently searchable by search engines. This is where alt text comes into play. By adding an alt attribute to an image tag, you provide a textual description that explains the image's content and purpose. For example, instead of using generic terms like image 1, JPG, describe the image clearly, such as a red apple resting on a wooden table. This not only improves accessibility for visually impaired users, but also helps search engines index images more effectively. potentially driving traffic through image search results. A well-structured URL is both user-friendly and SEO-friendly. Short, readable URLs that include relevant keywords make it easier for users to understand the page's content at a glance. For instance, a URL like blog/SEOtips is far more informative than page 123. Using hyphens to separate words rather than underscores or spaces ensures clarity and compatibility with search engines. Additionally, avoiding dynamic parameters such as ID equals 123 simplifies the URL and reduces the risk of duplicate content issues, making it easier for search engines to crawl and index your site. Semantic HTML elements like article, section, nav, and footer provide a more meaningful structure to web content compared to generic tags like div or span. These tags explicitly define the purpose of different sections, improving accessibility for screen readers and helping search engines better understand the page's layout. For example, the nav tag is used for navigation menus, while the footer contains information like copyright notices. By prioritizing semantic markup, you create a more organized and efficient website that benefits both users and search engines. Internal linking is a powerful strategy for guiding users through your website and signaling to search engines the relationships between different pages. When linking to other pages, use descriptive anchor text that reflects the destination page's content, such as "Learn more about SEO best practices" instead of "Click here." This not only enhances user experience, but also helps search engines determine the relevance and authority of linked pages. However, it's important to avoid overlinking or using vague text, as this can dilute the effectiveness of your internal linking strategy. Page speed is a critical factor in both user experience and search engine rankings. Minifying HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files reduces their size, allowing pages to load faster. Lazy loading, a technique that defers the loading of non-critical media until it's needed, further improves performance by reducing initial load times. Additionally, minimizing HTTP requests by combining files or leveraging content delivery networks can significantly enhance speed. These optimizations ensure your website is not only fast, but also scalable, providing a better experience for users and search engines alike. To maintain a high-performing website, it's essential to use specialized tools for monitoring and validation. Google Search Console is a free tool that provides insights into your site's performance, including crawl errors, indexing status, and search traffic data. The W3C validator checks your HTML code for syntax errors, ensuring it adheres to web standards. Tools like Lighthouse or PageSpeed Insights analyze your site's speed and suggest improvements. Regularly using these tools allows you to identify and fix issues proactively, keeping your website optimized for both users and search engines. In summary, SEO and HTML are deeply interconnected, requiring a focus on structure, content, and user experience to achieve optimal results. By implementing best practices such as using descriptive meta tags, organizing content with heading hierarchies, and leveraging semantic HTML, you create a foundation for higher search rankings. Additionally, optimizing URLs, internal linking, and page speed further enhances your site's performance. Consistently auditing and updating your website ensures it remains relevant and competitive in the ever-evolving digital landscape. Good morning. Today, we will explore advanced form handling in HTML programming, going beyond the basics to understand how dynamic user interaction and data validation can elevate web applications. Forms are not just static elements, they are the bridge between users and functionality. By leveraging JavaScript, we can create responsive forms that react to user input in real time, improving both user experience and data accuracy. This synergy between HTML and JavaScript allows for more interactive and intelligent forms, which are essential in modern web development. Let's begin by delving into the techniques that make this possible. Form validation is a critical aspect of ensuring data integrity. HTML5 provides built-in attributes like required and pattern that allow for simple validation without writing additional code. For example, the required attribute ensures a field is not left empty, while pattern uses regular expressions to enforce specific formats. However, these tools are not always sufficient. Custom validation with JavaScript gives us greater control, enabling complex checks such as verifying email formats or ensuring password strength. By using functions like onSubmit and addEventListener, we can trigger validation at the right moments. Real-time feedback achieved through query selector and class bypass list helps users correct errors immediately, making the process smoother and more intuitive. Dynamic form elements allow forms to adapt to user needs, creating more flexible interfaces. For instance, a form might let users add multiple addresses or select multiple phone numbers. JavaScript's createElement and appendChild methods enable us to build these elements on the fly, while removeChild can delete them when no longer needed. Handling nested or grouped inputs, such as a list of addresses, requires careful management of DOM structure and event listeners. This approach not only enhances user experience, but also accommodates complex data structures, making forms more versatile for various applications. JavaScript integration is key to unlocking advanced form functionality. The Form Data API allows us to collect and serialize form data easily, which is essential for AJAX requests. Event-driven handling, such as onChange and onInput, ensures that we can respond to user actions dynamically. For example, an onInput event can update a preview as the user types. Preventing default form submission with event prevent default is crucial when we want to handle data asynchronously, avoiding page reloads and improving user flow. These techniques form the backbone of interactive forms that respond to user interactions seamlessly. Advanced form data handling involves more than just collecting input. Serializing form data for AJAX requests allows us to send information to the server without refreshing the page, enhancing performance. File uploads require special attention, as we need to validate file types, sizes, and contents using JavaScript. Checkboxes, radio buttons, and multi-select elements add complexity, as their values must be correctly captured and processed. By mastering these elements, we can create robust forms that handle diverse data types, ensuring a seamless experience for users and accurate data for developers. Let's look at a practical example of real-time validation. Imagine an email field where we check the format as the user types. Using JavaScript, we can create a function that triggers onInput, using a regular expression to validate the email. If the input is invalid, we add an error class to highlight the field. When the user corrects the input, we remove the class, providing instant feedback. This approach reduces errors and improves user satisfaction by addressing issues as they occur rather than waiting for form submission. Such techniques are invaluable in creating intuitive and user-friendly interfaces. Best practices for form integration ensure that our forms are accessible, secure, and efficient. Accessibility is critical. Using ARIA labels and proper label associations helps users with disabilities navigate forms effectively. Server-side validation is a must, as client-side checks can be bypassed. Performance optimization, such as debounced input handlers, prevents excessive processing during rapid user input. By following these practices, we create forms that are not only functional, but also inclusive, secure, and efficient, meeting the needs of a wide range of users. In conclusion, advanced form handling combines HTML and JavaScript to create dynamic, interactive, and user-friendly interfaces. By focusing on data integrity and user experience, we ensure that forms are both effective and intuitive. The techniques we've discussed, from real-time validation to dynamic elements, empower developers to build robust web applications. I encourage you to practice these concepts, experimenting with dynamic form scenarios to deepen your understanding and proficiency. Thank you. Web storage is a client-side storage solution introduced in the HTML5 specification, offering a powerful alternative to traditional cookies for storing data within a user's browser. It provides two distinct types: local storage and session storage, both of which store data as key value pairs. This means that developers can save strings of text, numbers, or even serialized objects under a specific key, making it easy to retrieve and manage information. Unlike cookies, which automatically send stored data back to the server with every HTTP request, web storage keeps this information local, reducing bandwidth usage and improving performance. This makes it ideal for scenarios where data needs to persist across sessions or remain private to the client. The local storage feature is designed to persist data indefinitely, meaning that the information stored here remains available even after the user closes their browser or restarts their device. This makes it particularly useful for storing user preferences, application state, or cached data that should be retained across multiple visits. For example, a website might use local storage to remember a user's preferred theme, ensuring that the same settings are applied every time they return. Because the data is not tied to a specific session, it is accessible across all tabs and windows of the same origin, providing a seamless experience for users. However, developers must be mindful of the storage limits and ensure that data is properly managed to avoid cluttering the user's browser. In contrast, the session storage feature stores data for the duration of a single page session, which ends when the user closes the browser tab or window. This makes it ideal for temporary data that is only relevant during the current browsing session, such as form inputs, session-specific information, or intermediate steps in a multi-step process. For instance, a user filling out a long form might benefit from session storage, as it can save their progress even if they navigate away and return later within the same session. Once the tab is closed, the data is automatically cleared, ensuring that sensitive or temporary information does not linger in the browser. This makes session storage a safer choice for short-term storage needs. HTML5 introduced the concept of offline applications, allowing web applications to function without an internet connection by leveraging the application cache or app cache. This feature enables developers to specify which files, such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and images, should be cached locally on the user's device. By doing so, users can access the application even when their connection is unstable or completely unavailable. This is particularly beneficial for users in areas with poor network coverage or those who frequently work in environments with limited connectivity. Offline applications not only improve reliability, but also enhance performance by reducing the need to repeatedly download resources from the server. The application cache operates through a manifest file, which is a plain text file with an app cache extension. This file defines how resources should be cached and handled when the user is offline. It contains 3 main sections: the cache section, which lists the resources to be cached; the network section, which specifies resources that require an active internet connection; and the fallback section, which provides a fallback page or resource if a requested file is unavailable. For example, the manifest might include a fallback entry that directs users to an offline HTML page when they attempt to access a resource that is not cached. This structure allows developers to control the caching behavior and ensure a consistent user experience, even in challenging network conditions. application uses the application cache, the browser automatically caches the resources listed in the manifest file. This means that the user's browser stores copies of these files locally, allowing the application to load them without needing to connect to the server. However, updates to the cached resources only occur when the manifest file itself changes. This requires developers to carefully manage versioning, as any modifications to the manifest file trigger a re-download of the specified resources. While this approach ensures that users always have the latest version of the application, it also demands attention to detail to avoid outdated content being served to users. Properly configuring the manifest file is essential for maintaining a reliable offline experience. Handling offline scenarios requires developers to detect when a user is online or offline and respond accordingly. The Navigator Online property provides a simple way to check the user's connectivity status, returning true if the device is connected and false otherwise. In addition, developers can use event listeners for the online and offline events to trigger specific actions based on the user's network status. For example, an application might display a message like "No internet connection" when the user is offline, or it might switch to a cached version of the page. By implementing these mechanisms, developers can create a more resilient user experience, ensuring that users are informed and guided appropriately when the application is not fully functional due to connectivity issues. The benefits of web storage and offline applications are significant, including reduced server load, faster load times, and the ability to function without an internet connection. These features enhance user experience by making applications more responsive and reliable, especially in areas with inconsistent connectivity. However, there are limitations to consider. Web storage typically has a storage limit of around 5 MB per domain, which can be restrictive for large applications. Additionally, data stored in web storage is not encrypted by default, raising security concerns for sensitive information. While modern browsers support these features, older browsers may not, requiring developers to implement fallback solutions or use polyfills to ensure compatibility. Balancing these factors is crucial for creating efficient and secure web applications. In summary, web storage and offline applications are essential tools for modern web development. offering efficient client-side data storage and enhanced user experiences. By leveraging local storage and session storage, developers can store and retrieve data without relying on server communication, while the application cache enables applications to function even when the user is offline. Properly configuring manifest files and handling offline scenarios ensures that users can access content reliably, regardless of their network conditions. However, it is important to consider storage limitations, security implications, and browser compatibility when implementing these features. With careful planning and execution, developers can create robust, user-friendly applications that perform well in both online and offline environments. Understanding structured HTML is essential for creating scalable and maintainable web pages. When you design a website with a clear structure, it becomes easier to update, modify, and debug the code over time. Imagine a large project where multiple developers work on different sections. Without a consistent structure, it can lead to chaos. Advanced HTML elements like header, nav, main, section, article, and footer help organize content logically. These tags provide meaning to the elements, making the code more readable for both humans and machines. However, it's also important to know when to use non-semantic tags like div and span. While they are versatile, overusing them can make the code less accessible and harder to interpret. The key is to find the right balance between semantic and non-semantic tags to create a well-organized and efficient structure. Semantic HTML tags such as header, nav, main, section, article, and footer are designed to convey the purpose of each section of a web page. For instance, the header tag typically contains the site's title and navigation menu, while nav is reserved for navigation links. The main tag highlights the primary content of the page, and section groups related content within a document. Using these tags improves accessibility by helping screen readers and other assistive technologies navigate the page more effectively. It also enhances search engine optimization because search engines can better understand the structure and content of your site. Avoiding generic div and span tags where semantic alternatives exist ensures that your code is both meaningful and efficient. By prioritizing semantic HTML, you create a more inclusive and user-friendly experience for everyone. Nesting and grouping elements is a powerful technique for organizing content in a logical and hierarchical manner. When you nest section or div tags, you create a clear structure that separates different parts of a web page. For example, a section might contain multiple article elements, each representing a distinct piece of content. Grouping related elements with article or aside allows you to isolate specific sections, such as a sidebar or a blog post, making the code easier to manage. Maintaining a clear hierarchy is crucial for readability and debugging. Imagine a developer trying to trace the structure of a deeply nested page without proper indentation or grouping. It can become a maze. By organizing your elements with intentional nesting and grouping, you not only improve the code's clarity, but also make it easier to update and maintain in the future. Layout techniques in HTML involve using the right tools to arrange content effectively. The table element is ideal for presenting tabular data, such as a spreadsheet or a comparison chart. However, it should not be used for layout purposes, as this can lead to inflexible designs. Instead, modern approaches like Flexbox allow for responsive and dynamic alignment of elements. Flexbox is particularly useful for creating layouts that adapt to different screen sizes, ensuring a better user experience on mobile and desktop devices. Combining semantic tags like header, nav, and footer with main creates a balanced structure that separates the primary content from the navigation and footer. This approach not only improves the visual organization of a web page, but also enhances accessibility and SEO by clearly defining the roles of each section. Let's explore some advanced examples of complex structures. In a multi-column layout, you might use a section to contain the main content and an aside for a sidebar. This setup allows for a clean separation of information, making it easier for users to focus on the primary content while still accessing additional details. A navigation bar can be built using the nav tag, along with an unordered list ol and list items lie to create a structured menu. This approach ensures that the navigation is both accessible and easy to style with CSS. For a form section, grouping elements like form, label, and input within a field set or a div helps create a logical flow for users. This organization improves usability and makes the form easier to maintain and update. These examples demonstrate how combining semantic and non-semantic tags can lead to more efficient and user-friendly designs. Following best practices for complex structures ensures that your HTML remains clean, functional, and easy to work with. Readability is key. Consistent indentation and comments in your code help other developers and even yourself understand the structure quickly. For instance, adding comments to explain the purpose of a section or article can save time during future updates. Validation tools like the W3C validator are invaluable for catching errors in your code, ensuring it adheres to web standards. Cross-browser compatibility is another critical aspect, as different browsers may interpret nested and semantic elements differently. Testing your code across various browsers and devices helps identify and resolve issues before they affect users. By adhering to these practices, you create a more robust and reliable web experience. Building complex web page structures requires a thoughtful balance between semantic and non-semantic tags. While semantic tags provide clarity and accessibility, there are situations where non-semantic tags like div or span are necessary for specific styling or functionality. Proper organization of your code not only improves maintainability, but also enhances the user experience by making the content more accessible and intuitive. Practicing real-world layouts is essential for mastering these concepts. By applying what you've learned to actual projects, you reinforce your understanding and develop the skills needed to tackle more advanced challenges. Remember, the goal is to create websites that are both functional and easy to navigate, ensuring a positive experience for all users. Good morning. Today, we will explore advanced HTML concepts to elevate your skills in modern web development. Our goal is to master the foundational language of the web, ensuring you can create structured, accessible, and responsive websites. HTML is not just about formatting text, it's about building the backbone of the internet. By understanding semantic elements, accessibility, forms, multimedia, and best practices, you'll be equipped to design websites that are both functional and user-friendly. Let's begin by diving into how semantic HTML transforms the way we structure web content. Semantic HTML is a powerful tool that enhances readability, search engine optimization, and accessibility. Instead of relying on generic elements like divs, we use tags such as article, section, nav, footer, and header to define the purpose of each part of a web page. For instance, a nav tag clearly indicates navigation links, while a footer contains contact information or copyright notices. These tags not only make your code easier to understand for other developers, but also help screen readers and search engines interpret your content more effectively. By replacing non-semantic divs with these specialized tags, you create a more structured and inclusive web experience. HTML5 has introduced robust form handling capabilities that simplify user interactions. Attributes like required ensure that users cannot submit a form without filling in essential fields. Placeholder provides hints to guide input, while autofocus directs the cursor to a specific field as the page loads. The pattern attribute allows you to define regular expressions for input validation. These features reduce the need for JavaScript in basic validation. But integrating JavaScript can take form interactions to the next level. For example, dynamically updating form fields based on user choices, or displaying real-time error messages enhances usability. Let's explore how to combine these tools for a seamless user experience. Embedding multimedia into web pages is more straightforward with HTML5's video and audio tags. The video tag allows you to include video content with attributes like controls to enable playback, src to specify the file path, and poster to display a thumbnail before playback. Similarly, the audio tag supports sound files with comparable attributes. However, not all browsers may support these tags, so providing fallback content ensures that users with older browsers still receive a meaningful experience. For example, you might include a link to download the media or display a message explaining how to access it. This approach guarantees accessibility and compatibility across different devices and platforms. Responsive design is essential for creating websites that adapt to various screen sizes. The Meta Viewport tag is a critical component as it controls how a page is displayed on mobile devices. When combined with CSS media queries, you can adjust layouts, font sizes, and image dimensions based on the user's device. Best practices include using fluid grids with percentages instead of fixed units, scalable images that resize proportionally, and flexible content that reflows to fit different screen widths. By prioritizing mobile optimization, you ensure a consistent and enjoyable experience for all users, regardless of their device. Search engine optimization begins with proper HTML structure. Meta tags like description and charset provide essential information to search engines and browsers. A well-crafted description can improve click-through rates, while the charset tag ensures characters are displayed correctly. Headings H1 through H6 establish a clear content hierarchy, making it easier for search engines to understand your page's structure. Additionally, alt text for images describes visual content, which is vital for accessibility and SEO. Structured data, such as schema markup, further enhances search results by adding rich snippets like ratings or event details. These techniques collectively improve your site's visibility and user engagement. Adhering to best practices ensures your HTML code remains maintainable and efficient. Consistent indentation and comments make your code easier to read and collaborate on, especially in team environments. Avoiding deprecated tags like font and center is crucial, as they are no longer supported in modern standards. Cross-browser testing is another key step. Using tools like the W3C validator helps identify errors and ensure compatibility across different browsers. By following these guidelines, you create websites that are not only functional, but also future-proof and professional. To recap, we've covered semantic HTML for structured content, advanced form validation, multimedia integration, responsive design, SEO optimization, and industry best practices. HTML remains the foundation of web development, and mastering these concepts empowers you to build robust, accessible, and user-centric websites. Now, I welcome any questions you may have. Feel free to ask about specific topics, share your experiences, or engage in practical exercises to reinforce what we've learned today. Let's work together to deepen your understanding of HTML. And just like that, our dreamy coding adventure has come to an end. I hope the gentle ebb and flow of the tutorial, combined with the tranquil melodies, have left you feeling both informed and at ease. Whether you managed to catch every line of code or drifted off into a peaceful slumber, remember that the world of HTML will always be here waiting for you. Keep your code clean, your mind open, and your spirit relaxed. Don't forget to subscribe to Code Snooze so you never miss out on another soothing coding journey. Hit that like button if this video brought you a moment of calm and learning, and share it with fellow coders or anyone in need of a serene study session. Thank you for joining me in this cozy corner of the internet. Until next time, may your code run smoothly and your dreams be filled with brilliant algorithms. Sweet dreams, sleepy coders.